even without the politics of it, it's a fun movie. That's it. So if you're going to watch this as a fun movie that is supposed to be like a faithful comic book movie with like weird characters that it's not supposed to be like hyper realistic or gritty, you're gonna like it. You're gonna enjoy it. The politics on top of that are incredibly fucking blunt and not even remotely subtle is extra fun. It makes it even better. Just like the original comic books were. Superman fighting fucking Nazis directly. Superman telling children not to be racist. Superman openly saying he's an immigrant. Superman openly being held back by the federal government due to his immigrant status. All of those things are literally in the comic books. They have played a role in Superman. So like even that in of itself and the bluntness of that and the bluntness of comments is the bluntness of the ideology. This review was sponsored by Luthor Corps. I would have been shocked if you liked the film. Wait, so now Superman's against genocide? Who signed off on this radical idea? Ben unironically thinks Lex Luthor is justified. Coming to see a film review by Ben Shapiro is like going to a 7-Eleven for a fine dining experience. I have a feeling you've never actually picked up a Superman comic. That's so good.
Later on. I think that they are overestimating how much politics is in this. I think they're deliberately misinterpreting some of the politics that are in there. This is not
he's going with the, it's not actually about Israel route. This is one of my favorite types of conservative cope, to be like, well, everybody likes this, so obviously it can't be about Israel because everybody likes Israel. And if you don't like Israel, you're anti-Semitic.
Movie about illegal immigration. It's not a movie about ICE, Russia, Ukraine, Israel, the Palestinians. There may be references there if you have politics on the brain.
Oh, he's like, oh, you're just making it political. You're just making it political. It's not actually political. You're making it political. It's not political. Okay, thanks, Ben. Thanks for letting me know, dude.
I really don't think that there's that much of this there. That is not my overall problem with the movie. My overall problem with the movie is that you are taking the most iconic American IP of all time, Superman, which is to be treated with a certain level of respect. That doesn't mean it has to be, grand mythology, the way that Zack Snyder.
Maybe it is. Maybe it's what America's supposed to be, like anti-racist. Maybe you guys have personally actively tried to go against that narrative in a way that is ridiculous and almost like a comic book villain. Because like America is what you make it. America is a nation that was built by immigrants. Like migration patterns have made America this unique country that it actually is. It's perhaps one of the best saving graces of America, something that I talk about quite a bit. And obviously the original authors, Jewish immigrants of Superman, the original authors of Superman were both Jewish immigrants. They definitely wanted to do that. They definitely wanted to show that.
The very beginning of the movie, you are told that Superman is the most powerful metahuman, right? There's like a placard that says 30 years ago, the metahumans arrived. 3 years ago, Superman emerged. 3 weeks ago, there was an invasion. And now 3 minutes ago, Superman's ass got kicked.
I'm not messing around. I'm doing important stuff.
He's not very super. He is not the Man of Steel. He is not invulnerable. He gets his ass kicked routinely. He gets locked up in a prison with a character who's making kryptonite out of his hand.
Yeah, I mean, that is like, again, that's also another cool aspect to this that I don't know why he thinks it's bad. It's good. It's good that he's not. It would not be fun if he was just like one-tapping everybody. You know what I mean? Yeah, there needs to be fucking conflict, dickhead. What are we talking about?
Sorry, what?
He's constantly in victim mode. Like Green Lantern has much more success in this movie. Mr. Terrific has much more success in this movie than...
Like one of the major plot points of Mr. Terrific and Green Lantern is that they initially, in the formation of like the Justice League, right? They initially aren't involved in global affairs. Like they literally say, I don't want to play a role in this. I don't want to play a role in this at all. It's very obvious that a big part of this is like Superman and his actions make, Justice Gang, okay? Like what Superman does here is his involvement in global affairs, like his moral compass causes others to also take action, causes others who have power to also take action. He literally makes people... He springs others into action. That's the whole point. That is the I don't know. I just saw like a lot of what I've tried to do with commentary in general, which is like to influence others to also do right and to defend vulnerable people and to show by not just telling but also doing, no matter what the repercussions are. And I think that was what was great. Like, he is an inspirational figure, not just inspirational towards human beings, but also towards metahumans and people who are powerful themselves. Like, sometimes it's okay to do good.
Superman's parents from Krypton, if you're going to go through the mythology, send him to Earth so that he can be a moral guide for people on Earth using his great powers to stop evil from happening to them. In this movie, his parents from Krypton send him there. This is the big revelation of the movie. His parents send him there to dominate the life on Earth as an alien invasion, essentially, and to create a harem of Earth women to have his many babies.
Well, sign me up.
So immediately you're taking the expectation of what you know about his Krypton parents and flipping it on its head. His parents, Ma and Pa Kent, in the original, they are noble and they are wise. They're kind of salt of the earth. Here, they're basically kind of, I don't know, like down home types who don't seem to, they live in a...
Oh my God, dude, that is like literally supposed to be a statement about like regular ass, dude. Ben Shapiro hates the real Americans, okay? Real rural Americans that make up the base of MAGA, because his parents are the base of MAGA. His parents are supposed to literally look the part of corn-fed Republicans who still have a moral compass, who just keep to themselves and have a moral compass, and they have guided Superman against what his Kryptonian parents initially might have liked. Like, his parents offer him the initial guidance, or, you know, they create Superman, obviously, but then his Earth parents are the ones who give him the morality that he upholds. You're supposed to think, see, this is real America. In a normal world, you're supposed to watch this and go, see, even real Americans that you wouldn't expect, that the media has always blindly criticized as like racist monsters, actually have the capacity to show a positive side. Like, Superman's adoptive parents are simple folk that teach him right from wrong. What the fuck? Like, that's what it's supposed to be. But Ben Shapiro is such a fucking squishy bi-coastal elitist that he sees the Kansas parents and he thinks like they're disgusting, they're fat, they're slops, I hate them.
Kind of a crappy house. They're the kind of people who call the TV the box. They're the kind of folks who are sitting around and you know, kind of scratching their butts. They're purposely cast as ugly and non-noble. It doesn't mean everything they say is bad. It isn't.
What?
But the super dog is a terrible dog. Is a dog that does not, like an idiot dog. Like, way worse than my dog Happy. My dog Happy, way better than this dog, and my dog makes trouble. This dog is a mess. Supergirl, who you get introduced to for a hot second at the very end, Supergirl is a drunken teenage brat. Right? Like, anything that you think you know about the Superman universe, James Gunn is determined to debunk in the first half hour of the film. I think that it's a betrayal of the original IP and mildly upsetting. Not like hugely upsetting, but mildly upsetting. That is my critique of James Gunn. He is not the right person for this film because James Gunn is not capable of delving. He's just not. He's not capable of delving into a single character and examining his motivations and what's interesting about that character. He can't do it with Superman. He can't do it with Lois. He can't do it with Lex. Instead, he decides he's just going to toss everything into the stew. And so you end up with this sort of ADHD film where a bunch of things are going on at the same time, but you never get a good, interesting perspective on anybody who's in the film. So Green Lantern is there, and he's kind of just...
Yeah, this is why you failed as a screenwriter in Hollywood, man, I think.
I've written a couple comedies, kind of hour-long dramedies for, spec script.
And have they been bought?
No.
Like, literally everything he's describing here is the exact opposite, where like in a very short period of time, James Gunn is able to create compelling side characters that you can even launch a franchise off of individually. I would go so far as to say that my analysis is the exact opposite of Ben Shapiro, where like it's clear that the side characters are unique and compelling, even if they're like kind of cheesy in a comic book kind of way. That is the exact opposite of what Ben is saying. That like it's obvious that James Gunn actually did care a lot about the side characters and wanted to focus on it. Mildly upsetting. I only cared about it a little bit, merely 45 minutes. He's correct about the dog only, but it's just another problem for Superman to have to manage his cousin's poorly trained dog. I liked the dog being unruly. It reminded me of Kaya's behavior. This editing is unbelievably cringe. Biblical fall off. Honestly, I mean, Ben Shapiro's fall off has come way before this. Let's be real.
And he's there as comic relief. And then you have Mr. Terrific, who's the actual hero of the film, who you learn nothing about other than he's just kind of a noble do-gooder fellow. And you have all these superheroes who are wandering around. You never get any information about them that make
I need to see what he thinks about Hawk Girl. Oh my
them
God.
interesting or sympathetic or even particularly cool. But you don't know the motivations of any of the villains except for Lex, who it turns out is just really kind of jealous of Superman because Superman has superpowers. And Lex is like, I'm really smart. And Superman is really strong. So why do people like Superman?
But dude, that's like his motivation in the comic book, man. That is literally what Lex Luthor, like, I don't even read comic books like that. I've never been like a massive DC guy, but the Superman Lex Luthor character and the dynamic between the two is unironically that, where he says like brains over brawn. That's it. That is supposed to be his like one note reasoning. Yeah, that's just how it is. Like willing to rip apart the earth in an effort to just like dominate Superman. Like, yeah, you can say it's one note, for sure, but that's kind of that's his motivation in the comic books as well. Yeah, he is an incredibly jealous and an incredibly petty bitch. Lex Luthor is designed in a way where he has everything on the planet, okay? He is the richest guy, he's the smartest guy, he has government contracts, he has all of this, but the one thing he can't get is the admiration that Superman has, which bricks him because he's like, why can't I have that? I have it all, and yet I don't have the admiration and the hair, of course. So it's like, it is in a way, it goes back to what I was saying about how the real world, unironically, is more like kitschy and stupid than a goofy ass comic book villain, because that's just Elon Musk. That is literally just Elon Musk. Under normal circumstances, if we lived in a universe where Elon Musk didn't exist, I'd be like, this is so stupid. Like, you mean to tell me there's a billionaire, the wealthiest person on the planet, that is like seen as like this brilliant person, but is like the deeply, deeply insecure? But that's Elon Musk. That's literally who he is. That is a primary motivator. That is unironically a primary motivation for motherfucking Elon Musk. Okay, I don't know what else to say.
There's a scene where Clark and Lois, they've had a fight, and now they're back together, and they're having a talk. And it's supposed to be this very intimate talk where they're speaking with each other. And literally outside the window, Green Lantern and Mr. Terrific and Hawk Girl are fighting a gigantic sort of eye monster that looks like it's from Suicide Squad.
Stop it right there, Joker. You'll never get me, Will you catch him up?
It's God, these edits are so ass.
Extremely distracting because he's James Gunn and everything has to be some sort of dumb joke.
Wait, what? That's the point. What the fuck? And he also didn't use the original scene, and he just used a separate scene instead, which I don't know why. But yeah, what the fuck? What? That's the whole point. It's supposed to be like Superman, regardless of this like analog for God almost, like a moral figure, like a deity, is still capable of feeling hurt, is still capable of being wronged, is still capable of being almost petty at a time when like there is a necessity for him to save the city. He's too invested in having a conversation with his girlfriend after he got over, and he's like looking for his dog. He's sad. He like, in spite of his superhuman status, he still has the capacity to feel feelings like a human being.
As far as the plot itself makes very little sense.
Dude, this literally, okay, I can't believe I'm saying this. Ben Shapiro, inadvertently, without recognition, has created a movie review that Lex Luthor would have made about the movie. I suspect if Lex Luthor in that world was reviewing the Superman movie, he unironically would review it like this. Like, this is almost like a meta review. It's like, Ben, if he just shaved his head and was like LARPing as Lex Luthor, this would be a much better product.
Lex Luthor has decided that he is going to make a deal with a foreign politician who...
I love Nicholas Hoult, by the way. He's so good.
The left wants to believe is both Vladimir Putin and Benjamin Netanyahu, but actually is just kind of nothing, is going to invade another country.
It's David Ben-Gurion, by the way, which I'm surprised Israel's greatest defender doesn't even recognize. He's based... I mean, it is a placeholder for both Benjamin Netanyahu and also... Vladimir Putin, that's for sure. There's like a little bit of like Russian USSR almost style, like Russian associations, but this is also directly Israel. It is literally Israel. And he looks like Ben Gurion too. Also, even the flag, dude, when I saw the flag of Barovia, I couldn't believe it. Like, I was like, dude, they're not subtle about this at all, brother. Bro, come on. I mean, they put like a kind of like a Star of David on that flag. It's not the Star of David, but like it was crazy to see. Wait, Asana just got off the stream. Did you like the movie? I love the movie. It's not like it has different colors than this, but that's just, I think that's like the Barovian hammer. That's the way he shows the flag, but it does have this star. Dude, I'm sorry. That's crazy, right? Like when I saw that, I was like, what the what is this? Literally a Palestine flag in the last shot? Wait, is that? The villain is Israel. James Gunn Superman set the ruffle feathers as early viewers realize it's entirely pro-Palestine. That's the Jaunpur flag, but it's the same colors. Yeah, I don't think any big budget. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. There is 0% chance that there would be a real ass Palestinian flag that made it past any of the censors, okay? Yeah, this is the real flag with the Star of David with extra points on it.
In any case, it turns out that what he really wants is to annex half of this separate country. He's going to split it with this other dictator. One major plot hole. Lex Luthor is obviously the smartest person in the film. So smart, he can create his own universes. Is a major plot point. And he is concerned about a relatively small piece of land occupied by third worlders. This is his big plan. And later it turns out that he said, oh, no, I started that war just so that I could get people to turn against Superman. Okay, well, he does that halfway through the film. And then he jails him, and then he leaves him alive and explains this secondary plan that apparently was his primary plan, sort of. But he doesn't kill Superman at the time for a reason that remains undisclosed.
We hear that he killed 27 children, and you're always going to make mistakes, but that's how it is.
The entire plot is a complete mess. If you try to chart it, there's no way to do it because James Gunn doesn't care about plot. James Gunn doesn't care about characters. James Gunn cares about joke.
Being woke. James Gunn cares about being woke. That's what he cares about. Wokeness. Look at his hair. It's awakened.
It's very difficult to make Clark a hero in a situation in which the plot is a complete mess. And again, that's not a rip on Nicholas Hoult, who I love and everything. I think he's great. Or David Corn.
What do you mean? How is it dude, what the It's like automatically implied. You're watching a Superman movie. Of course he's a hero. If anything, it makes it harder for, I would say that if you want to criticize something about James Gunn, the thing you should criticize, and it's too limited of a time frame to like really build out this world. The only criticism I have is like how quickly people turn on Superman. That was too like, but I give a lot of liberties because it's like supposed to be a comic book adaptation. So like I can suspend my disbelief on that. But if anything, that was the major criticism, which is that the turn happens in a way where it's like way too all of the people turn on Superman almost instantly as soon as like the TV says Superman is bad and he wants to actually dominate the world. All of a sudden, everyone's like, boom, that was one of the only parts of the scripting, the screenwriting, where I was like, well, this is a little bit, this is a little crazy.
And what do? They take the original theme and they play a few notes from it because it's so iconic. And then they underscore it with nothing, with like a pedal tone. It sucks. The music is awful. The score is terrible. Just play the original score. The original score is good. The original score is magic. You feel the magic when Superman flies in the original score.
Bro, this literally is the beginning. When he's flying through the Arctic, this is exactly the same visual, but basically bass boosted with modern tech. They literally did that. It is such a faithful adaptation. I cannot believe it. The initial flight that he takes on from the Arctic Circle is so perfect. It's so strange to me that he has an issue with this when if he was to like look at this in all sincerity, he would be glazing the out of this movie. And the reason why he's not glazing it is because of, the thing that he undermined, which was the Israel analog. That's what it is. He didn't like that, but he can't say that he doesn't like that. So he can act like there's other reasons why he didn't like it. Okay, that's what's going on here.
Okay, then we get to the actual politics. So I know this is what people are waiting for. They're waiting for my political rip on this film. So we've been told this is a movie about illegal immigration. Not really. Honestly, like you have to look to find that. There's one line where Clark is saying, aren't you going to read me my rights? James Gunn's politics is so ham-handed, like truly ham-handed, that it doesn't even read as political, it just reads as stupid. So there's a moment where Clark, he's being arrested, and he says, aren't you going to read me my rights? And one of the members of the government says, well, you're now considered an enemy alien, or you don't have any rights because you're not an American. All right. If that's supposed to be some sort of like anti-ICE sentiment, it's really weak.
Oh my God. From the brilliant eyes and the brilliant mind that brought you Lady Ballers. Ben Shapiro has a lot of opinions, chat. He has a lot of opinions on this. He's like, it's supposed to be ICE. Is that what it is? Yeah, dude, it is. It is supposed to be that because Superman is a fucking illegal immigrant, dude. He's an illegal alien. That is the whole point.
Legally incredibly stupid, considering that he came to Earth as a baby and then was adopted by an American family, which would make him...
Ben, dude, what the Yeah. No, he's a dreamer. There is literally a specific term. When Superman was invented, there wasn't a specific term for exactly what Superman is. Now we have one. It's called a dreamer. Superman should be a DACA recipient, okay? Deferred action on childhood arrival. That is literally the specific legislation written around Superman's style of illegal immigration into the country. Oh my God. Yeah, he's DACA man.
There's a suggestion that he says truth, justice, and the human way. I didn't catch that anywhere in the film. The sort of social media politics that social media is stupid and rigged by bots, which, I mean, I think everybody sort of agrees on at this point. And there's a really dumb visual joke where Lex has set up actual monkeys typing into computers as his bots. It's like, oh God. But that's so James Gunn. Again, it's all so...
Yeah, that was silly for sure. But that's, it's silly. It's a comic book movie. I just don't like James Gunn. I mean, I just... Like a lot of the silliness in this can be attributed to the fact that it is a fucking comic book movie. Every single frame that you see like that, if you close your eyes, you can visualize as a scene in a comic book. And I think that was what he was trying to do, which is to make a faithful adaptation of a comic book that is going to be silly. Like down to, what's his name? Jimmy Olsen, is that his name? Like, he's supposed to be like a super hot guy that is so hot and people love him so much. Like the girls love him so much that no one even notices Clark Kent. No one even notices that it's literally Superman wearing glasses. He made him into the character that he actually is, but he still kept the whole like Riz factor. Like it's silly. It's supposed to be silly. That is the whole point. It's a silly comic book. Not everything has to be like super serious. Yeah, it's camp. It is intentionally camp. When you see something that's like really dumb, right? When you see something that like doesn't make any sense, where you're like, what the f***, this is so corny. You're supposed to think, oh, this is what it would look like in a frame in a comic book. Down to the annoying social media influencer girlfriend of Lex Luthor. When shit's popping off and Lex Luthor's girlfriend is right there going, and like taking photos of everything. That is a verbatim, one-to-one. I can see that in a comic book frame. Like if you go into this with the expectation that this is going to have like gritty realism and like dark tones or whatever, it's an adult movie. This is a movie made for adults. I want my comic book movie to be like an adult-focused comic book movie, even though none of them actually become like real adult works, with the exception, I guess, of like The Dark Knight or whatever, right? With the exception of like Nolan works initially. This is not that. You're gonna be disappointed. It's a very, very different style. It goes so far as to say this is the exact opposite of that, because that Snyder verse was a failure. That's why this is supposed to try a different thing. This is a reversal of that kind of attitude that people have. And it doesn't do the annoying Marvel style. I can't believe I'm saying this. This is James Gunn, but like it doesn't even do the annoying Marvel style shit either. It is cheesy and corny in a good way, in exactly the type of way that comic books are. And it's not in the type of way that like Marvel flicks have corny ass references in them, because Marvel will put like real world corn into its comic book adaptations. This just straight up does corny in the way that the comic book would.
The other politics of the situation are supposedly this foreign policy thing. So the left is suggesting that the foreign policy conflict in which Superman engages is a stand-in for Israel and the Palestinians, or alternatively for Russia and Ukraine. So let me give you the geopolitical setup. The geopolitical setup here is that there is a country called Moravia, and this country called Moravia is run by essentially a corrupt dictator who's working with Lex Luthor, and it invades another sovereign.
Yeah, say it's a U.S. ally, because that kind of destroys the whole "this is Russia-Ukraine" analog, don't you think? Unless James Gunn is unless James Gunn was saying Ukraine actually invaded Russia, and he's one of those Russian flag, Palestine flag guys on Twitter, because it really doesn't make sense as a Russian-Ukrainian conflict analog here at all, because it's, you know, it's America's valuable ally that gets billions with a B dollars worth of weapons. And yeah, invading a sandy country with its Merkava-style tanks and Humvees and U.S. gear.
Okay, and so Superman stops that at the very beginning. Okay, and doesn't show him stopping it. He talks to Lois Lane about it. Fine. Okay, the idea is geopolitically that Moravia has been a longtime ally of the United States. Jahanpur is a country where we don't know who it's allied with, and it may or may not.
Dude, he's trying hard. Bro, I swear, this is literally super woke review from the perspective of Lex Luthor. He's like, Moravia has a right to defend itself. Moravia has a right to defend itself against Jahanpur. Everyone knows Moravia was destined in the Bible 3,000 years ago. Lex Shapiro. This is deeply anti-Semitic. Why do they not show that Jahanpur is using human shields? Jahanpur is being backed by scary enemies of America. Yeah, Ben Shapiro is about to be like, Moravians like to build. Jahanpurians like to live in dirt and blow things up.
Be run by jihadis, but we don't know. Like, we don't know who it's run by.
It's run by jihadis.
Doesn't matter. The only reason that Clark stops it, that Superman stops it, is he says because
People were going to die.
Yeah, it's that simple. That's it. It's not supposed to be any different than that. And in many instances in the real world, that is a perfectly understandable moral compass that, unfortunately, not every single person abides by.
the people of Jahanpur are brown.
Look at my African American over here.
The people of Moravia are white. Okay, so this is why the left is reading this as Israel of the Palestinians. The reason it doesn't work that way is because we are not made aware that the people of Jahanpur are either wildly terrorism support.
Oh my God. There's more nuance to the Jahanpur conflict. Oh my God. Oh, I was joking when I said this. Oh my God, he literally says he does Hasbro for Superman for a fictional Israel analog. That's crazy. That is crazy, bro. Bro, that is amazing. Yeah, tweet like you're in Metropolis as response. This is how you know it's a direct analog to Israel-Palestine. Oh, 100%. Yeah, Zoran Mamdani wants to be the mayor of Metropolis, yet he refuses to say Moravia has a right to exist. Straight up. Eric Adams. Metropolis is the Moravian capital of America. Yeah, they're not talking about whether Jahanpur committed acts of atrocious violence.
That they have participated in multiple terrorist attacks on the people of Moravia. They're led by a corrupt dictatorship that murders gay people, right? None of that's in the movie. So it doesn't match up that way. And the idea that Moravia is Israel in this iteration, like a longtime U.S. ally that's randomly invading countries for territorial gain.
Yeah, that would never happen, except for the one country that Ben Shapiro seemingly always defends unconditionally, which is precisely the reason why he's actually real butt mad about this direct analog, which you know is a real analog. Oh my God, this is the best possible proof that you know this is Israel, okay? God damn. Tweet like you're in Metropolis. My apartment complex just split in half, but we just sent another $200 billion to Moravia.
Not match up to any of the facts on the ground that we know of at all. That is not real. So maybe in left-wing brain, that's how it reads. I could see if you're a left-winger and you don't know anything about the situation, or you think...
Yeah, totally. Ben is the only one who knows about the situation. I love that these guys will also try to reduce like actual critical thinking about Israel and Palestine as an ongoing, 80+ year conflict that is filled to the brim with ethnic cleansing on one side, obviously, and an apartheid state and a genocide that's ongoing. And they try to say, no, it's actually the left that's like reductive about it. Meanwhile, the Israeli officials are like, this is a war between the children of light versus the children of dark. These are darkness. We have to kill them all. They are human animals. Like, who's reductive here, man? It's not the people that say this is complicated, actually, are just people that obviously have to exist in the real world where they recognize that most people don't with Israel and they still try to like find something that's like redeemable about Israel's behavior when it's it's obviously irredeemable.
You could also read this as Russia-Ukraine because it's one sovereign country that's invading another sovereign country and because the leader of Moravia has a Russian accent. So I guess that if you have like poison left brain.
The Russians are nuking us.
Yeah, this is cope. This is so cope. Yeah, is America funding Russia's invasion of Ukraine? Is that what's going on? Is America funding to the tune of billions of dollars Russia's invasion of Ukraine? Yeah, Ukraine, famous for its desert-style portrayal and its brown people holding AKs. Look, man, Hollywood is not exactly shy about presenting all countries in that region in this similar way. And in this circumstance, that blunt stereotyping is obviously pointing to one thing, and that is that this is Israel and Palestine.
Come on! The missiles are coming! They've lost their mind! Get to the gym!
But you certainly don't have to read it that way. And I'm not going to read it that way because it's stupid and it doesn't make any sense politically. It makes no sense. Okay, so this brings me to my final point about
I like that he presented it as an alternative in an effort to basically move away the conversation from like the actual analog of Israel-Palestine. But then his alternative is so stupid that he basically said, it's stupid. It doesn't make sense. Oh, okay, so it is Israel-Palestine then. He wants to deny the allegory entirely, but he knows it's a 1-1 and he just can't help but defend Israel. I know, that's why it was so funny where he's like, it's obviously not Israel-Palestine because if it was, then they would show that Jarampur is doing heinous acts of terrorism. Praying for Moravia, Justin Bieber. Posting a photo of Gaza and then making it and saying praying for Israel. That's great. That's a deep cut. People forgot all about that. Remember when Justin Bieber did that shit? That was crazy. He's doing Moravia.
The only Superman movie that I have ever seen that uses truth, justice, and the American way is the original 1978 Superman.
I'm here to fight for truth and justice in the American way.
This is not just a throwaway line. It is deeply important to the character of Superman. Why? Well, because take Superman just as a character. Superman is unbelievably powerful, unstoppable. He's faster than anyone. He has X-ray and laser vision. He's stronger than anyone, right? He's basically a god on Earth, and the biggest god on Earth. He's Zeus, right? He can do whatever he wants. And so, why is he the good guy? Why isn't Lex Luthor right? Because, let's be real, if there were a person on Earth who actually had those powers, Americans would rightly be very much afraid of that. Correctly. As Federalist 51 suggests, you need ambition to counteract ambition. If any one person had ultimate power, what you're really talking about is a philosopher king. And that's pretty scary because that person could be a dictator, simply doing whatever they want to the world. The only reason why Superman would be a hero as opposed to a villain is because he grew up in America, because he has the American way, right? He's emblematic of what America is. May blunder, may make mistakes, but overall stands for freedom and liberty and private property and free speech and all of those things.
All that stuff.
Right? All the good American stuff. There's a great comic book called Superman Red Son.
Wait, no way. Does Ben like Superman Red Son? Because I love Superman Red Son. I recently watched the animation of this as well, which was all right. It wasn't like super. It was great. What the? Wait, hold on.
It's an alternative universe in which Superman's capsule from Krypton lands in Soviet Russia, and he grows up as the emblem of Soviet Russia, and he's evil because he grew up in Soviet.
What? No, that's not. Wait, what? That is not the takeaway at all. What the brother? That is not. No, Miller literally at most you can say was depicting a perfect universe. Like his ideology there is unironically, you know, there's a lot that's wrong with America and there's a lot that's wrong with the USSR. And we need to, like, in order to strike a perfect balance, we have to get some of the good sides of both. Like that, it's literally, he is not fucking evil at all. What the dude, conservatism breaks your brain. This motherfucker went to Harvard, dude. He went to UCLA undergrad and then Harvard. How are you? Did you not read? When you read stuff, do you just like see the hammer and sickle go, obviously this is evil, like Nazi Germany? Like what? That's crazy. He just went, Superman is obviously evil because he's not American and socialist. That's so stupid. I mean, Millar is not, you know, he's not like a socialist by any means. But it's very obvious that in the comic book and in the adaptation, the animation, like they don't present Soviet Superman as an evil figure at all. Like there is an, if anything, I would say in the animation, there's too much of a cowardly turn, a cowardly heel turn at the end, where they just like abdicate all of Superman's personal responsibility and his developmentary project in the USSR. But overall, in the formation of the USSR, shepherded by Superman, you know, he has like this genuine, ambitious project of development and a worldview that is not immediately showcased as evil at all. As a matter of fact, it shows it as awesome with like a dark side to it. But they present both the United States and the USSR as deeply flawed ideological projects. And one where the U.S. is perhaps even more evil than the USSR is, unironically. Like they don't show the USSR as like this pure evil nation state project at all. They literally show the United States as more evil than the USSR in the comic book. I mean, for what it's worth in the actual book, yes, that's why I said like there are obviously ideological limitations to Millar's the depiction. I mean, for what it's worth, the actual book, the portrayal of the USSR and the communist Superman are a typical liberal take of naive good intentions that end up super evil with the same lib ending as the movie. Yeah, but it's more so, I read it more so as like there are good sides and bad sides to both. It's like a typical liberal, almost social democrat approach of like, we need a mixed market. Like you can't do full communism or you can't do full socialism. Both end up as failures, like that type of attitude. Ben Shapiro's take on it, on the other hand, is obviously it's purely evil. They make Superman purely evil because he was born in Russia.
Of the West, long have you been deceived by the lies of America. This beautiful wall.
Dude, he literally liberates Korea and unites it. Get the out of here. At no point do they actually show this as a bad thing. They literally show this as a good thing.
To prevent you from knowing the truth, that you live your lives enslaved to the capitalist elite.
Like, I would go so far as to say, even under like Stalin, even under Comrade Stalin, Superman is like depicted as a hero of the people. Like, my life to the state, my life in service to the people. Like I would go so far as to say, like I guess if you have a negative association with that kind of language, like you automatically assume they're showcasing it as evil. But I thought it was like relatively faithful to like the attitude that you would have in the USSR if such a beacon were to exist. He literally builds a mega dam. They use his superpowers to do development projects that actually power the entire state under the guidance of Stalin. There's even a mention of like the Sino-Soviet split as well, because he kills Stalin in the fucking in Red Sun, and there is a moment where like the Chinese ambassador is like, "I'm terrified of you." Like there's almost a subtle nod to like the Sino-Soviet split of like betraying Stalin and Stalinist principles that make China worried about Superman's ambitions. It's awesome.
It's an alternative universe in which Superman's capsule from Krypton lands in Soviet Russia. And he grows up as the emblem of Soviet Russia. And he's evil because he grew up in Soviet Russia. Because if you give that power, that amount of power to an evil ideology, then evil ensues. So this is why it's really important. It's not just truth, justice, and the human way, or truth, justice, and all that good stuff. There's a specific definition of Americanism that says that this is why America, for example, should be a world power. Because America is better than other countries. And people who live in accordance with Americanism make the world better.
I love when Ben goes, I don't like it. You guys, the left has a reductive approach to the world, and then will, in the same breath, turn around and be like, America is the ultimate power for good and should retain hegemonic superpower status in perpetuity because it's only done good and its enemies are evil. Thanks, Ben. Thank you for your nuanced and complex political worldview. When Superman ruled Soviet Union had a 95-year life expectancy. Yeah. It's also one of the things that I did like about Superman Red Son is that it just straight up is like on the anarchist tip. Like it literally portrays anarchists as evil collaborators that are counter-revolutionary that will service Western governments, okay? Batman in Superman Red Son is a straightforward maniac terrorist. He is a literal anarchist terrorist who services American empire and every step of the way tries to destroy the developmentary project that is the United Superman-backed Soviet Republic. He literally works with Lex Luthor.
That's why America is good. Because otherwise, Superman is bad, and Lex Luthor is right, and we should restrict his power. And we should jail him.
He's literally taking the Lex Luthor approach. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's the whole point in the movie. In the movie, the entire plot revolves around Lex Luthor's attitude where it's like, well, we got to control this super powerful being. Like, I don't like that. He's not serving the interests of empire. Lex Shapiro. Oh my God. Oh my God. He literally is like, well, obviously, if he's not a controllable super weapon, then we have to literally end his life. Luthor is right. We should restrict his power and we should jail him. What a screenshot. What a perfect screenshot and a perfect demonstration of Ben Shapiro's worldview. Holy
Hollywood is not run by people who believe that there is such a thing as an ultimate good or an ultimate goal. It's run by moral relativists who have a kind of, at best, soft-pedaled, generic, be nice attitude toward the world, which is why Superman's defense of intervening in this foreign conflict is
People were going to die.
okay, well, people would die on the other side, presumably.
dude. Oh my God. He's saying that the conflict between Moravia and the conflict between Israel and Palestine is complex and nuanced, and that both sides have done some things. He's trying. Oh my God, that is amazing. That is f***ing hilarious, dude. He is so bent. Of course, simultaneously, there is no moral relativism that he is applying when he's talking about how America is the ultimate beacon of good and all things good, and Superman should represent America because America is good and Superman is good, and God forbid America does something bad. But it is hilarious where he's like, well, you know, in terms of like Israel-Palestine, I mean, both sides have some good. Please remember that. It's complex. It's nuanced.
Or people die every day in conflicts all over the world. Right? The reason that Clark or Superman is supposed to intervene is because one side is right and one side is wrong. And unless you are willing to simply say that all foreign policy situations in which people die under any circumstances are equivalent, which I don't think is right, then you end up in this kind of weird generic place. The central question of Superman has never really been handled by any movie, and it's certainly not handled here, which is why should one person be given this much power? And the answer is he shouldn't, unless he is essentially just a metaphor for what makes America awesome, which is what...
I love this review, bro. Bro, this review is amazing. This review is amazing. He just straight up says it out loud. He literally is like, in my worldview, I'm like a child. I'm like a baby. My understanding of the world is like a baby. The only pure good in the world is America and what America represents. And therefore, Superman has to represent America. Because if Superman is at odds with America, as it is in the movie, and America's foreign policy decisions, that makes me feel bad. That's why I'm actually in favor of Lex Luthor killing Superman. That's what he's saying. He went against the U.S. ally, which was Moravia. Did he even watch the movie? No, exactly. No, he's just mad. He's mad. That's why the comments are making fun of him. This review was sponsored by Luthor Corp. I would have been shocked if you liked the film. Wait, so now Superman's against genocide? Who signed off on this radical idea? Ben unironically thinks Lex Luthor is justified. Ben's comments about Mom, Pa can't caught me so off guard. I'm from Scotland, so perhaps I don't have the privileged biases of Americans, but I absolutely did not think of them as sloppy or downtrodden. They seem to me like normal good, the kind of people Superman exists to protect and serve. seems a shockingly cruel and judgmental reading, and frankly, I'm a bit disappointed. That's the kind of arrogance that gives old school conservatism a bad name. Superman didn't become woke. You grew up to be a villain, Ben. Ben's describing his parents as ugly and non-noble is such a tell of how nasty and odd his spirit is. The original mythos that Pa Kent dies, sure, if you only seen the movies and the comics, whether one or both, neither Kent parent dies, depending on which comic age we're talking about. The original Golden Age comics have them both die. Post-crisis, neither die. I think if you're like a modern conservative and you operate on the good-bad dynamics and you always have a tendency to side with evil, okay, if you're like a modern conservative commentator, you are finding yourself on the evil side of things quite frequently. And therefore, like easy to understand narratives such as the one that we are watching frustrate you because you're like, no, why isn't it showcasing the nuance of evil countries doing evil shit and how they have to do this evil shit?
What Superman was designed to be. This is why Superman in the original comics is punching Hitler. Because he is the American way and not the German way or the Soviet way or...
Wait, punching Hitler is the Soviet way. What the fuck do you mean? What? Just doing a little bit of World War II revisionism?
So, again, that is the fatal flaw, I think, for pretty much all Superman movies. But in this one specifically, they don't even bother with any of that. It's cotton candy. You'll watch it. Maybe you'll enjoy it. Maybe you'll be like me and be overcritical. You'll walk away. 2 days later, you won't be thinking about the movie. 2 hours later, you won't be thinking about the movie. Nothing about the movie is going to stick with you. The hero of the movie is the dog.
That's not true at all. I loved the movie, and it stuck with me for sure. If anything, it got better the more I thought about it afterwards.
Superman has to be saved multiple times by this, like, not particularly good dog. I mean, he's a good doggo, I suppose, but he really is badly behaved, this dog. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Failenial. Good doggo.
So, my overall review, 2 out of 5 stars. Meh. I think that the stars do their best with bad material given to them by James Gunn.
The worms going in.
Yeah. It's James Gunn woke mind virus. That's what ruined it. That's what poisoned it for Ben. These are the guys who used to always say, why do you have to make everything political? And, the left doesn't appreciate something if it has like bad politics in it. Politics that they don't agree with. And to a certain degree, there is an element of truth about a bunch of like joy killers in the peak of woke. But that's precisely what Ben is doing here. The only thing he didn't like about it very clearly is that it is, as a matter of fact, Israel versus Palestine, and Superman and the heroes that he inspires end up beating the fuck out of Israel, like directly, hands on, okay? That's it. He saw too much of what Israel's doing that is bad.
Let's bring in
and
ABC.
it pissed him off. And now he's taking this approach. Do you have Top Gun, Ben Shapiro's Top Gun review? Because I want to see something. Because I wonder if he talked about how Top Gun was very clearly Iran. Because it was. Everybody knows it was Iran, right? Like the new Top Gun was about striking Iran. It was the Fordow facility. I want to see if he talks about how this is Iran.
It's really, really...
His Top Gun review. I want to see what he had to say.
It's time for our top...
Tom Cruise may be the last true movie star. Ben Shapiro reviews Top Gun Maverick. He starts talking about Iran at 150 exactly.
With all due respect, sir, I'm not a teacher. Just want to manage expectations.
The mission is to destroy a nuclear facility in Iran. So they call it the enemy. It's pretty obviously Iran. It's
Oh, so you could tell that it was Iran when you were watching Top Gun, but when Superman was slamming you in the face with Israel references, you couldn't figure it out. Oh, really? Well, I thought maybe it's a fictional country, Ben. I can't see what the analog is here. Mountainous terrain. So when you see mountainous terrain, it's pretty obvious that it's Iran. But in this circumstance, when the people that Superman are saving, that are supposed to be the good people or the innocents that are being slaughtered for no reason, when that's Palestine as an analog, you're like, I don't see it. I don't see it. My eyes are closed. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, it could be Russia. It could be Israel. Who knows?
They're supposed to run down this valley 100 meters, I believe, off the ground. Because if they do go above that, then there are surface-to-air missiles that are going to strike them. Supposed to go through this ravine, up and over a mountain, flip over the plane, come down, bomb the facility, zoom.
See, the difference between me and Ben, ironically enough, is that I can recognize that Top Gun was awesome. It was a great movie. Even if it is directly created as a propaganda piece for the American military, it was an awesome movie. Because I'm not a bitch. Yeah, it's military porn, but it's a great movie, okay? Unlike Ben, I can watch a movie and look at its like ham-fisted narrative that it's cultivating and still appreciate it for what it is. Top Gun, 2 stars, meh. Iran has a right to defend itself, and it's not showcased throughout the movie. Here's the situation. For those of you who are wondering, like Hassan, let me catch you up, because a lot of you haven't really been following closely. A lot of people are just tuning in because the election is tomorrow. Many people want to know what the is up. Now, something that I've found out is that on my TikTok, the people are crazy. I usually agree with you, but I think she's had a great campaign. She's had a great campaign. This is a TikTok we posted about my like broader analysis on, you know, on what I think is happening with Kamala's campaign and what I think is going to happen come November 5th or maybe November 6th. Originally, when this was a matchup between Joe Biden and Donald Trump pre-debate, I was saying, looking at 2022 performance, looking at the normal white theory, looking at vibes overall, I said that Joe Biden still had a likelihood of winning the election, albeit marginally. Then the debate happened and everyone recognized that Joe Biden was he was so old that his brain was leaking out of his ear. And then, of course, once everyone else recognized the thing that we have known for years and years and years, then it became impossible. After that, my analysis was it's over. Then Trump got shot. On top of that, I was like, it's done. Even if Trump, especially if Trump hits the unity line, regardless, if he goes up against Joe Biden, he is going to win. And that was an absolute certainty. I gave you my lock. I said Donald Trump was going to win the election against Joe Biden. Then the RNC happened. Donald Trump did not go the unity route. Donald Trump chose J.D. Vance. That was a massive flub, massive mistake for him. That was a base pick because he was still gearing up for running against Joe Biden, which he thought would be a cakewalk for a W. Okay. And then the unthinkable happened. The Democratic Party responded to public pressure and donor pressure aligned in this beautiful moment, and establishment Democrats actually swapped out Joseph Robinette Brandon for Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris then picked Tim Walz. Kamala Harris, in that short period of time, basically went from a relatively lesser known generic Democrat to the person that was running for president. There was no electoral process that took place, which some people were frustrated by, and I totally understand why they were upset by it. Kamala Harris assumed that role, and in perhaps like a week-long period, Kamala Harris went from a lesser-known generic Democrat who was the vice president that people didn't really think about, people didn't know that well, to a person that had made up 10 points in the opposite direction and it caught back up to Donald Trump. It went from Joe Biden is definitely losing to Donald Trump to, oh my God, Kamala Harris has a pretty good chance of winning. Now, that paired up with the fact that high propensity voters were coming out and had come out already for Joe Biden and the Democratic Party, and the down ballot races outperforming Joe Biden at the time and even outperforming Kamala Harris at the time by like 6, sometimes 7 points in these key races in swing states, made me understand that there is a lot of momentum and a lot of energy in the Democratic Party's direction. They just need a competent leadership. However, after the DNC, I kept repeating over and over again that the Kamala Harris campaign and the direction the Democratic Party was taking was basically running towards Joe Biden, who was seen as a old curmudgeon, who was basically very unpopular, so unpopular that he had to do something unceremonious. He had to do something unique. He had to drop out of the race and, you know, be swapped out for his vice president. All of that aside, Kamala Harris still had the fundamentals. I kept maintaining the position that if she builds upon the momentum and actually has a bold policy agenda, talking and communicating how she's going to be different than the existing administration, that she would have a tremendous time in the polls. She would have a much better standing in the polls, that people would be openly, defending her. Some of the issues was immigration. Another issue was on the economy front. I think that her policies were definitely, there was some good there, but there was a lot that was just lackluster. And the attacking to the center, attacking to the right, and the consistent hugging and kissing Republicans, all of that, in my opinion, was bad campaigning for the most part. But as I said, time and time again throughout this process, the liberals who would come at me and say, Hassan, you just don't want Kamala Harris to win because of Gaza, blah, blah, blah. I kept repeating, that's not the only issue I have with the campaign, although that is definitely an issue I have with the campaign, that she would still most likely win. Now, the last month or so was a little bit different because I think that Kamala Harris became more prominent in the last month, a lot more media opportunities. She put herself out there and she started pumping hundreds or tens of millions of dollars worth of ads with the campaign messages that they had aligned. And in that process, it seemingly backfired on the Harris camp, and instead, Republicans started gaining more momentum. Republicans started gaining momentum in down ballot races, but more importantly, Donald Trump started gaining momentum. I still, however, maintain the position until this day, and I still maintain this position that Kamala Harris will most likely win the election come tomorrow. And this is not just me looking at the polls, even though, of course, I have looked at the polls this entire time, but also looking at the vibes. I don't just do poll analysis, I do polls plus vibes. Why do I do this? Well, the reason why I do polls plus vibes is because polls alone are not going to be enough. I have, however, learned something that's a little bit scary today, this morning. I've told you guys already, I have like a bunch of people that I talk to, normies in general. You know, I have some high propensity voters, mid propensity voters, and low propensity voters in a place like California. And I look to who they vote for and how they vote as well, because I just want to kind of see like, a focus group basically. And my low propensity voter did vote for Donald Trump, which was shocking. And I don't know if it's because I basically kept asking him over and over again if he was going to go out and vote or not. But my low propensity conspiracy theory guy who loves RFK did actually end up voting. And that kind of shocked me a little bit. That kind of worried me a little bit because this is California. It doesn't mean California's going to flip, obviously. But what it means is even in a place where someone who is not likely to go out and vote at all, where his vote is not even going to matter at all, he found time out of his day to go out and vote, even though he has never gone out and voted before. That to me is a little troublesome. I haven't really seen this anywhere else in the data, but that still scares me regardless. Having said that, however, I think that the fundamentals are on Kamala Harris's side still. Now that I've talked about the Kamala Harris side of things and what I consider to be like not great campaigning, for example, I think that she focused far too much on trying to win over the white suburban mothers, and you can win them over. No one is saying don't try to win them over, but the way to win them over is supposed to be a delicate balance where you're not hemorrhaging your base of support, because you cannot let the urban pop fall apart. You cannot let the urban population, black voters, brown voters, young voters in general, voters in college, students and the like, not come out and vote for you because they are just like too bored and too grossed out by or too depressed to go out and vote because they just constantly hear you hugging and kissing the likes of Liz Cheney or saying you're going to have a Republican in your cabinet. It's not good. It is not good. She needs white women. I understand that. I'm not against that, but there's a way to do that while simultaneously still communicating objectively popular policies to the low and mid propensity voters on the Democratic Party side, but they haven't done that at all. They've hyper-focused on high propensity voters in general. They're banking on a low turnout election. That's not good. Other aspects of the campaign that I took issue with, the fact that her addressing the economic harm that people were experiencing, even though she was given a massive gift where voters did not actually hold her responsible for the problems of the Biden administration and its impact on the economy and the inflation and the negative real wage growth that they experienced under Biden for a brief moment. That kind of stuff is unforgettable for a lot of voters, but they actually originally did not say Kamala Harris was responsible for that. Now that's good. That's a massive gift for Kamala Harris. What does she do with that gift? Not much. The price gouging stuff was great. Fantastic messaging, fantastic policy, fully on board with that, right? But they didn't go forward with that too aggressively. And instead, they kind of backpocketed that. And I personally consider that a flub. I was expecting a 2008 Obama-style run, but instead, we basically got a 2012 Obama run. And that's not good. Or worse, dare I say, a 2020 Joe Biden run. Actually worse than that because it was more conservative than 2020. Anyway, there's some good policies there, like combating price gouging. Fantastic. Okay. Good defenses there, saying that Donald Trump's tariffs, which is the only economic policy that he's put forward, is actually a mass sales tax. Fantastic. Expert. Those are both great. Expanding Medicaid to at-home care. Fantastic. It's not enough. It's actually very marginal. And it's very frustrating that that's the only thing that the Democrats are pushing for. You should at least expand it down to 55. Like, you should lower the age. You should lower the age eligibility for Medicare to 55. That is literally the entry. That is like that's stepping in. Dental and vision as well. That's also important. They didn't really push that too much, but they realized that that was actually popular messaging. So that definitely helped out. So on that front, that's great. Obviously, no separation from Biden on Gaza is a massive flub. That was a huge gimme. Donald Trump was beating Biden by like 30 points on the issue of Israel-Palestine. Donald Trump is now beating Kamala by the same percentage points on Israel-Palestine. And that's not a good idea. But having said all of that, why do I still think Kamala Harris is going to win? Because a lot of people will say, Hassan, you've said this already. You've ripped into Kamala Harris left and right. It's because you hate a black woman. You don't want her to succeed. Is that the reason? No. These are very real considerations. These are very real criticisms that I think are perfectly valid. I have time and time again showcased evidence, empirical evidence, messaging polls and whatnot to prove to you that what I'm saying is correct. And you can also go and watch those older videos as well. Now, I will, however, turn around and explain something very important to you. The person that was running an even worse campaign with also worse metrics overall, with a worse ceiling overall, was Donald Trump. That's it. While Kamala Harris made, in my opinion, a lot of communication mistakes, none were as bad as the routine garbanzo that you saw from Donald Trump throughout this entire process. Donald Trump's negatives are that he's too narcissistic and too chaotic and says a whole bunch of unhinged things. So much so that people who are in support of Donald Trump's ideology and ideals sometimes find themselves at odds with Donald Trump. Not to the same degree as like the MSNBC Never Trump Republicans, but certainly enough that they're like, I don't know if I'm going to go out and vote. Or in the finite amount of time that you have to make a convincing argument to not only have people be your supporters, but also go out and vote for you, Donald Trump fucked up big time. Nonstop, as a matter of fact. He had strong issues where he could have talked specifically about the economy, but there was no good policy on that front. He just kept saying, remember how good things were when I was president, trying to hold on to the nostalgia factor and the reality that Americans have short-term memory. He just kept saying, remember how good was when I was president. But even then, he didn't even hit that point hard enough because he was entirely too predisposed with the anti-immigrant screeds. His economic policy was tariffs, which is a really stupid idea that absolutely zero people agree with, especially because Donald Trump never communicated what he was going to put tariffs on. He just said across the board on all goods, specifically coming from China, which again is idiotic because it would destroy his number one industry of his supporters, Trump merchandise, right? That was a huge issue. And also, like I said, Kamala Harris's campaign did good counter messaging on that issue. So they are capable of doing that when they want to do it by effectively showing everyone that tariffs are just a mass sales tax and that China's not paying for it. It's actually American companies that are purchasing the Chinese manufactured goods that are paying for the tariff, and that cost will be offset. That will transfer over to the consumers. That was a massive mistake. Another indication that Trump's campaign has lost the juice and the sauce, and also its capability of reading the room, or rather maybe reading the wrong room a little too much, was the anti-trans ads. Now, I've talked to people who work for campaigns. I talk to them all the time. And there are people who would shock you that also agreed that the Trump campaign, the anti-trans campaign, was actually a banger. I was shocked personally when I heard that from people. I was like, what? Are you serious? And I had to sit there and explain to them why this is not a banger at all. A lot of people in the DC bubble are lost in the sauce a little bit, okay? And it is a sober reminder for me that those people are also on Twitter, okay? The Beltway demons are also on Twitter all the time, and they're understanding of the world is also motivated by things that they see online. You're straight up wrong. Anti-trans rhetoric plays great to the base, and they're winning more and more anti-trans legislation every year, man. Yeah, that's right. It's so popular that they always have to package anti-trans legislation that literally fails usually if they try to actually do it through a democratic process, like the North Carolina trans bathroom bill. They had to go back to the drawing board and figure out a way to tie it to something that people do care about, which is sports. A meritocratic approach to sports is something that Americans still believe, and that's the only one that has actually penetrated public consciousness in a country where 64% of the population still say trans people are disproportionately targeted and it's unfair. People might be transphobic themselves. We heard the Trump supporter that Owen Jones was talking to look at the situation and basically say, I don't want my child to be trans. And then Owen Jones was like, okay, what if your child was like friends with a trans person? And the guy said, yeah, I wouldn't stop them. I'm not transphobic. There's a reason why even Jake Paul, who is incredibly transphobic, still feels the need to say that he does not hate anyone, including trans people, because at the end of the day, everyone's a liberal in this goddamn country. And that's something that you need to remember. What this means is that while most people think trans people are weird, most people are definitely slanted towards transphobia, given how rigid the gender binaries are in the way that it's been taught and how deeply personal our gender is in the way that we understand it, even though it's outdated, people still do not vote for anti-trans legislation. So if you have a finite amount of time to make a convincing argument, if you need to get people to come out and vote for you in the polls, you cannot run on an anti-trans panic narrative. You just simply cannot do that. And there is already a fantastic example, fantastic proof for this not working, and that is the 2022 midterms. People think it's weird to constantly and consistently on trans people. When it comes down to the election, most people are like, I just want food on my table, man. I care about the kitchen table. And trans issues are not kitchen table. This is something that I have consistently talked about and consistently defended. That is a big mistake for the Trump campaign. The constant hyper-focus, hyper-fixation comes across as weird to the normal whites. It comes across as weird unless you're hyper online and you watch Matt Walsh and you mainline the anti-trans stuff and you're participating in like the firebombing campaigns of like sending bomb threats to the children's hospital or whatever, which is a tiny, minuscule percentage of the Republican base. Most of the rest of the Republican Party are not that motivated. And all of the anti-trans legislation that has passed in this country has passed in the state legislature. That's it. And state legislatures are inherently undemocratic because of the way that redistricting works, because of the way that districts are drawn. That's it. You can tell me all day, every day that transphobia and trans panic is a really resilient, really good message, really good narrative. It's not. There is no evidence to suggest this. There is actually only evidence to show, to prove that it has been an outward, unsuccessful way to campaign. A lot of people, even in the Republican base of support, view the anti-trans weirdos in the same exact way that they view the anti-abortion weirdos. You start looking like the type of dude who's really sweaty and really gross, parked outside of a Planned Parenthood, yelling at a 14-year-old trying to get birth control. Normal whites in the suburbs do not like that. They don't want to be associated with that. They find it weird. They might be transphobic themselves, but they still find it weird. This goes back to my theory of permissible bigotry. Very important theory. I know there's a lot of normies in here right now. They've probably never heard me talk about this shit. Okay, so I'm going to go through it really quickly. Due to social conditioning in a country like the United States of America, built on the foundation of white supremacy, indigenous genocide, and the continuation of chattel slavery, and an endless defense for capitalism, America is the perfect proto-capitalist nation, even before capitalism was codified and identified. There is a level of permissible bigotry that most people are on board with. I'll give you an example. It's called dog whistles, right? The Leet Atwater quote comes to mind. I'm going to run it really quickly so you understand exactly what I mean. This is Lee Atwater's famous 1981 interview on the Southern Strategy. There's going to be a warning. He's going to say the N-word a lot, okay? Just letting you know. In this audio made public for the first time ever, Atwater lays out how Republicans can win the vote of races without sounding racist themselves.
You start out in 1954 by saying By 1968, you can't say nigger. That hurts your backfire. So you say stuff like forced busing, states' rights, and all that stuff. And you're getting so abstract now. You're talking about cutting taxes and all of these things you're talking about are totally economic things. And the byproduct of them is blacks get hurt worse than whites. And subconsciously, maybe that is part of it. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that if it is getting that abstract and that coded, that we're doing away with the racial problem one way or the other. You follow me? Because obviously sitting around saying we want to cut taxes, we want to cut this, and we want is much more abstract than even the busing thing.
Yeah, by 2024, you can't say any of those things. So you say DEI, you say woke. Back in the day, it used to be affirmative action, right? States' rights is still a way to vaguely gesture to this kind of bigotry. Now, the question that I have for many Americans that are listening, that are tuning in right now, is why the need for dog whistles? Because there is only so much openly vitriolic, openly racist sentiment that Americans will be on board with. A Klansman wears a robe for a reason. A Nazi never wants to be called a Nazi for a reason. Racist people who are, some of them are your family members. You probably know what their opinions are, will not be on board with overt racism. There's a barrier, and that barrier changes. There's a boundary that changes of like what is permissible bigotry. And that happens through trends, that happens through, systematic differences, systematic changes. But ultimately, there is a level of permissible bigotry that you can get away with. An example of this is Donald Trump will say Kamala Harris is a low IQ person, right? That's a dog whistle. A black woman, Donald Trump is basically saying like she's a low IQ individual, she's a low IQ person. He can't say she's, I'm not going to repeat it, but like there are certain things that he can't say. The campaign is aware that, for example, Tony Hinchcliffe wanted to call her a cunt. They stopped Tony Hinchcliffe from saying that. They didn't stop Tony Hinchcliffe from calling Puerto Rico a trash island, an island full of trash, which of course hilariously backfired on the campaign. But that is the difference between permissible bigotry and bigotry that goes beyond that. You can talk about dominating women if you are a Republican. You can talk about being misogynistic, or you can be misogynistic to a certain degree. But once you reach above that degree, once you go beyond the degree of permissible bigotry, you are starting to lose people on your side. People who are even racist themselves don't want to be outwardly racist. They don't want to be associated with someone who is outwardly racist. And that is because a lot of people want to feel like they have the best interest of others in mind while simultaneously advocating against it. So Donald Trump has in the past danced around that permissible bigotry and has had moments where he has gone above, but he's been able to defend himself successfully in 2016 against attacks that were launched against him. But now that he is juiceless and sauceless, he no longer has that capacity. He just lets it rip quite frequently, as a matter of fact. And that, in my opinion, is why when he went on that national stage in front of Kamala Harris and said, Haitians are eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, and there's nothing you can do about it. And when he was asked about that, he was like, I saw it on TV. Even the majority of Republicans thought that was weird. Now, you might not recognize that if your only access to Republican communication is Twitter and YouTube. But when you look at 60 million people viewing that, they have a very different perspective on this stuff. And these are the people who themselves might be on board with mass deportation. And I don't think a lot of people recognize that. A lot of people in the Republican side do not recognize that. That's the problem. It's not going to have an immediate and noticeable impact in the polls if that's what you're looking for. But messaging polls that were conducted afterwards showed as such. There is a level of permissible bigotry. And if you go above that level of permissible bigotry, you come across as gross. That's the reason why J.D. Vance early on was shit on nonstop, was deeply unpopular, because in his endless brown nosing to like some of the grossest podcasters out there, he did the podcast route before he became the vice presidential pick. And in those uncovered interviews, he spoke about women as though they were broodmares, as though they were, they had one purpose, and that was to breed. You can't say that out loud. When you say that out loud, the rest of society hears you say that out loud. They're going to be like, ew, what the fuck are you saying? Even if people themselves personally believe that. And that, I think, is a massive problem for Trump. When Trump consistently talks about immigration to a degree that is seemingly unconscionable by people who want those policies, he's not talking about the economy. Every moment that he spends saying 10 million Guatemalans are doing rapes, they're inventing new ways of raping people, that's a moment that he could have been talking about the economy, and he chose to really ham on this narrative. And that's why you have to look at what Trump's surrogates are saying versus look at what Trump is saying. Trump's surrogates don't do that shit. They only talk about the economy. They literally only go, remember how good things were? Remember how good things were when Trump was president and how bad things are right now? Please stop asking me about, Trump's latest stupid thing that he said. That's it. And you know that Trump's people in his corner are telling him, please, sir, shut the fuck up about immigrants. Don't talk about it this much. Just talk about the economy, please. That and consistently saying you're going to sick the military on, your enemies from within. And the fact that you have still not given up on the 2020 election makes you look like a sore loser for a lot of people. These are the issues that Donald Trump is very weak on, and he has consistently leaned on his weak issues. Even on strong issues that he has, like immigration, he's going above and beyond. He's making normies uncomfortable, and that's a problem. Do you understand? These are some of the reasons why I am telling you, I think that Donald Trump has run an even worse campaign than Hillary Clinton. More importantly, Donald Trump is tapped out. Donald Trump was not only the president for 4 years, but Donald Trump also lost in 2020. That means that he has already reached peak Donald Trump. He's already maxed out on the amount of votes that he has gotten. He will never get that many votes ever again, especially because of, mail-in ballots and during COVID, obviously, turnout was significantly higher because it's easier to vote. For Donald Trump, the pathway to victory is a lot harder than Kamala Harris. He already has hit his ceiling. So that was already a massive issue for him. And he tried to basically pick up votes from wherever he could. That's the reason why he did like the Aiden Ross style, the podcast. That's the reason why he went after the podcaster vote. That's the reason why he's going after young men specifically, young men who are low propensity voters in general and are not reliable voters at all. And there is a way to win over those young men to ensure that those young men come out and vote for you. Donald Trump did not do that. Ironically enough, Donald Trump, when he was communicating to young men directly on the podcast circuit, did what I consider harm reduction strategies, but from the right. We hear this all the time on the left. Harm reduction is a massive, massive part of the Democratic Party turnout strategy. It's a stupid way to do things, but Donald Trump was doing it as well. He did not tell young men why they must vote for him. He simply told young men, don't vote for Kamala Harris, vote for me instead. That is not going to be an effective turnout strategy for low propensity voters, which is why I'm still stating that I don't think that Donald Trump is going to drive massive turnout from young men that will come out and vote for him because he didn't offer them anything. With Hillary Clinton, he at least had so much opportunity to just keep highlighting how toxic this person was. Hillary Clinton was a beacon of all of the things that's wrong with American politics for many people. So he could at least get a couple of these like moderates or people who are independent, people who are low propensity voters to come out and vote for him because it was voting against Hillary Clinton. But you can't do that with Kamala Harris because Kamala Harris is a generic Democrat. Donald Trump in 2016 was able to present himself as an anti-establishment vote, someone who was going to blow up the institutions. And if you were angry with the institutions, you were looking forward to what he was going to do. You were like, you know what, F it, I'll take a shot in the dark. Donald Trump also presented himself as a different kind of Republican in comparison to the rest of the party. He was incredibly moderate on social issues, with the exception of immigration. But he was ultimately seen, viewed by the broader populace as a moderate on a lot of social issues. Donald Trump was pro-LGBT in 2016. All of these factors at play is the reason why I think Kamala Harris is still slated to win this election. That's it. These are the reasons as to why. These are the vibes-based analysis on top of everything else, on top of the polls that cause me to believe that Kamala's chances are better than Donald Trump's chances tomorrow. There's obviously a lot of facts involved in this as well, in terms of how certain messages work and how certain messages don't work. But ultimately, this is why I think I am still marginally favoring Kamala Harris winning. This does not mean Kamala Harris ran a fantastic campaign. Doesn't mean that at all. As a matter of fact, I think that Kamala Harris could have run a much better campaign and built on the momentum that she had gained early on. But she didn't do that. She could have still captured the attention of these suburban white women without refusing to advocate for any sort of policies that would help her base. So what this election is going to come down to tomorrow is this. Kamala Harris will win if she has not hemorrhaged enough of her base of support, Black and brown voters, young voters in general, progressive-minded folks, or people who want, like, decent policies. If she has not hemorrhaged enough from the urban population centers, and she has been able to successfully detangle a lot of the college-educated suburban whites, which they've gone after pretty aggressively, and swing them away from Trump, like 2020 Trump voters going to Kamala Harris. There's not an indication in the polls that this has been successful so far, and maybe even bring out people who obviously care about abortion and care about this restriction coming down as a consequence of Donald Trump's Supreme Court. Kamala Harris will win. On the other hand, Donald Trump's shot in the dark approach is if he is able to not only drive turnout from low and mid propensity voters, which he is defeating Kamala Harris by massive margins on, if he's able to do massive turnout come election day, if the early voters have not cannibalized the election day voters for the Republican Party, then Donald Trump will win. And it will come down to the state of Pennsylvania. Kamala Harris's chances of winning this election, after looking at all of these facts and even matching the vibes, I guess, especially when you look at past performance for the Democratic Party, or if you look at current performance for the Democratic Party and the way that people view the Democratic Party overall in the United States of America versus the Republican Party, Kamala Harris's chances of winning this election are slightly higher than Donald Trump's chances of winning the election, because Donald Trump has a tougher go here. Can you explain the Red Mirage stuff that we'll see tomorrow? I have heard stuff about it, but don't understand it. I mean, this happened in 2020 as well. Red Mirage basically is because Republicans in past election cycles have had a tendency to go and do same-day voting, that those votes are counted earlier and faster than mail-in ballots and early voters, and this varies by state, but that is the reason why it looks like, Republicans are winning in certain states. Early results give a false indication that the Republicans are actually winning by massive margins, and then once all the votes are counted, or when you look at certain projections, you can make a better analysis on who is projected to win, judging by past performance. A lot of people don't realize this, but like the official vote count does not come for sometimes weeks, if not months later. Most of the winners and losers are declared on the night of the election due to projections. That's why the media will say Associated Press is projecting a Kamala Harris victory. Now, they're usually right. There are very few instances where the media has ever gotten it wrong. And this was a big deal that especially Fox News projected certain states, Biden winning certain states on election night in 2020. That was a massively consequential thing that they did, where they actually operated with truth and integrity to a certain degree. Ironic, I know. And that really softened the amount of counter narratives that Trump could launch towards, like, oh, we're winning the election. He was very upset, if you recall. Having said that, I do not know if Fox News will do that this time around. And I'm genuinely worried that they will not be honest about their projection. So we shall see. I think I'm scared, but I think that there will be some unrest tomorrow. I don't think that is a wild thing to predict. I am genuinely fearful about this, but I do believe that there will be some unrest tomorrow because of the way that the Republican Party now operates, because of the way that Donald Trump has basically geared his base into believing that if he loses, or if it even seems like he's losing, then the election is stolen. Now, I don't know what kind of ground game they have in terms of like launching a Brooks Brothers style riot in each individual swing state, but it's definitely something that I am fearful of. I think it's not necessarily January 6th that we should be worried about, but more so Brooks Brothers is what we should be worried about happening in numerous states, in numerous cities.
The ranked choice voting, it seems to me, can cut both ways. But when people figured out, I mean, like, and I think this is sort of the underreported story about how AOC's people were like, we're not endorsing until you guys figure out how to make sure you don't split the vote. And, you know, a lot's been talked about how Brad Lander basically sucked it up. And I think it was hard for him to do. But I think he's been paid dividends, huge dividends. The amount of goodwill towards him right now, he could basically do what he wants politically.
If AOC runs for president and doesn't run for Chuck Schumer's Senate seat, Brad Lander could be the person that takes Chuck Schumer's Senate seat. It's
not inconceivable. And and I think like that gives a proof of concept for other places to do this. I mean, the ranked choice voting bit us in the ass, I think, back in 2021, whenever it was the Adams race.
Yeah.
And now we see the difference. But here is Mamdani. I want to play this clip. They tried to shoot one of his classic sort of on the street videos.
Oh, yeah.
To promote. We don't know what the ad was going to be. But they ended up basically putting together a compilation of their attempts. And it is really incredible, the feeling of enthusiasm that is in New York. Like on that day after the election, when I walked to work, I got stopped by 3 people who were just excited to talk about Mamdani.
All right, that's slower than a tourist that walks to Midtown. Okay, you want a photo, brother? Yeah. Yeah, let's take this. Yes, that's me, yes. Yeah, we can take one.
I voted somebody that won.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We're on our way. Thank you. No worries. Thank you. How's it going, guys? Thank you. Oh, God. You gotta catch up to me over here. How you doing, brother? Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you, my man. I appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, for sure. Hi. Assalamu alaikum. How are you? Ready? Okay. I think she's coming. Thank you.
I voted for you. Yo voté por ti. Yo voté por ti. My daughter, she said, voted for ti.
Thank you.
Give me one fish for my daughter. My daughter.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
He can't even take a picture without having to take another picture.
Let's go.
And he helps around.
Dude, I'll do it for you.
Okay.
I got you.
Camera.
It is so sweet. Shout out to Donald, who I'd worked with before, who is the director for Zoran's video team. And I just feel like it's good. You're seeing already Democrats copy this style across the country. Even in this race, they were copying the style on social media. But
it's impressive.
Yeah.
He's the level of fun associated with the campaign contrasts so distinctly from the other candidates in the race.
Cuomo was like, yeah, it was built on darkness and like the anti-Semitism stuff. It was
defending the nation state of Israel, the most moral country on the planet, who I don't know why people don't talk about this enough. Andrew Cuomo is a part of the ICC legal team for Benjamin Netanyahu, which I always thought was so fascinating, so strange that like the media didn't even hyper focus on that one bit.
They barely mentioned it.
Yeah, that is like way more of a prominent fixture of what Andrew Cuomo is than the associations that the media was trying to desperately make with Zoran and his campaign about Israel. Like he never made Israel the centerpiece of his campaign. He was just hyper focusing on the policies the entire time. He asked people what they needed, what their necessities were, how to improve their lives, and he dialed in on a couple immediate, tangible solutions, and he was able to communicate that earnestly. And then people just kept repeating, like, "Well, you don't really love Israel enough." But it wasn't him who made it a centerpiece of his campaign, and I think that played a big role in this as well.
I mean, there's these assumptions about Jewish voters that I think a lot of people in the national press, I said this point on Chris Hayes the other night about the Netanyahu volunteering his services after Israel had already clearly been committing genocide. And it was for these ICC charges. And like, people are sick of this garbage. Their representatives representing purely and foregrounding foreign policy, as opposed to something like a New York City mayoral race, which is a municipal race, and you're supposed to be talking about how you're going to make people's lives better. And there was, again, this assumption from the national press, because it's such a Jewish city, oh, they're all going to vote in one way, and this is my path forward. And I don't think enough is being said about the anti-Semitism that undergirds that assumption.
It's been, I mean, listen, every year you hear the Republicans, just even general election, presidential election, you'll hear that Jews are going to vote for the Republican because of the question of Israel, and it never happens. And it is yet to happen. I don't remember anything involving Israel in the last mayoral election in this city. And yeah, it's not just, it's the media, and it's also, look, there are people who drive that conversation, and that's what Cuomo and, Chuck Schumer was out there again. Chuck Schumer's out there throughout, like the vote on the budget, even the other stuff is like, I went back to look at what his strategy was to deal with Donald Trump in February, and every interview he does, half of it is to promote his book on anti-Semitism and his tour. And I'm like, dude, do one thing, stop the fascism. And then you can worry about like your book tour.
What a spectacular failure that his job was to, like, his self-identified job was to make the left pro-Israel. 100%. And it's like now an 80-20 issue for the Democratic Party. So he just failed on that front as well.
It is stunning. This is the implication of Mamdani winning and them turning this into some type of referendum on Israel when it wasn't. And it's not, and I still don't think it is. But by their logic, if he wins, it is going to set the parameters for Democrats across the country. It's not going to happen on the leadership level. It's, where their AIPAC is playing in big dollars. But at one point, there was $30 million, $35 million dumped into this race. This is the beginning of the end of that dynamic in the Democratic Party. It may take 5 years, it may take 10 years, but it's happening. Here is, this is Donald Trump with meeting with Bibi Netanyahu as they have a fascist off and decide how they're going to ethnically cleanse Gaza. Are they going to call it the Gaza Riviera? Are they going to allow any Palestinians to live in Gaza so that they can work at, the Trump hotels? Whatever it is. Here is this number 4? Which clip is this?
I got him talking about Mamdani.
Yeah, let's start with that.
Okay.
Cities or on Democratic Socialist, the local critic of Israel and of yourself, and has said he would arrest you if you came to New York City. if he was mayor. Is that something you take seriously, or are you concerned about that? Do you have a response to that?
No, I'm not concerned about that.
I'll get him out.
Look, there's enough craziness in the world, but I guess it never ends. I mean, you have this is a folly, and it's it's silly in many ways because it's just not serious. But what is serious is the question I was asked before. You know, after October 7th, people said the Palestinians had a state, Hamas state in Gaza, and look what they did with it. They didn't build it up; they built down into bunkers, into terror tunnels. After which they massacred our people, raped our women, beheaded our men, invaded our cities and our towns and our kibbutzim, and did horrendous massacres, the kind of which we didn't see since World War II and the Nazis, the Holocaust. So people aren't likely to say, let's just give them another state. It'll be a platform to destroying Israel. We'll work out a peace.
You talking about Zoran here?
Neighbors, those who don't want to destroy us. And we'll work out a peace in which our security, the sovereign power of security, always remains in our hands. Now, people will say it's not a complete state, it's not a state, it's not that. We don't care. You know, we vow never again. Never again is now. It's not going to happen again.
So we'll see you in New York next year?
Oh, well, look, I'm going to come there with the President Trump, and we'll see how do you know who the mayor will be? I don't know that. Do we know that?
He's going to be very fine, and who knows? We don't know who the mayor's going to be yet. But this is a communist. He's not a socialist. He's a communist, and he said some really bad things about Jewish people, and he said some really bad things about a lot of people. And I think he's going through a little bit of a honeymoon right now, but he might make it. But, you know, it all comes through the White House. He needs the money through the White House. He needs a lot. He's going to behave. He'll behave. He better behave. Otherwise, he's going to have big problems. But it's a philosophy that this country is not ready for, and it never will be. By the way, we have a man with a...
a good follow-up question. What did he say about Jews?
Although that was less offensive than what Kirsten Gillibrand said, saying that he endorsed global jihads.
Yeah. I love that he's like, no, I'm going to underfund America's finance capital, the world's finance capital, because Zoran Mamdani might be mayor at the behest of Israel. You know,
I would hope that Mamdani would then shut off water to Trump Tower. That's what I would like to see happen. It is just incredibly twisted. But of course, you know, the question is brought up because that was made such a focal point of the mayor's campaign. I don't see how they. Obviously, they're going to complain about the city not being handing over immigrants. Why wouldn't you follow what the International Criminal Court says at that point?
We want to get out these violent, dangerous immigrant criminals. I mean, who's a bigger violent, dangerous immigrant criminal than Benjamin Netanyahu? That's the real criminal.
But also, the level of explicitness now, sitting across from the president. It has been the policy of the United States, supposedly, of a two-state solution. I think that is, you know, a little absurd. We have a single state now in Israel. It's an apartheid state with varying degrees of apartheid. Some actually, you know, maybe even worse than apartheid, constant slaughter, more akin to the Warsaw Ghetto at this point. But that there is no news associated with Netanyahu saying that's off the table. Yeah. That was, you know, supposedly a U.S. standing policy, and it's gone. It's not even people don't even pretend anymore.
It shows the hollowness of liberal Zionism and how, in practice, for our government, the two-state solution thing was a biding time tactic, or at the very least a détente. And then for the actual reality for the state project of Israel, it's always been one state, but with a lot less Palestinians, and we do that in a few different ways. It's also just because we're on the topic of it, I find it really upsetting to see how within the Democratic Party and within the context of this race, they're really trying to use right-wing, almost great replacement theory level politics about this city by conflating Zoran's Muslim identity with anti-Semitism, or people's fear of him that is imbued with racism, and their reaction to that and experiencing that as anti-Semitism, and calling it anti-Semitism when it's really their own bigotry, and trying to leverage that into a heavily racialized attack on him. And I would include Cuomo's mispronunciation of his name, which is exactly, by the way, what the right did with Kamala Harris the entire election last time. It's a dog whistle. And they're doing this within the Democratic primary, and there's little to no leadership from national Democrats on this front calling out this incredible racism. I mean, his life, his safety is in danger because of the abdication of Democratic leaders. I think.
For sure.
Yeah.
I also do find it odd that the Democratic Party for the past year, or at least in the aftermath of the election, have run numerous studies at this point, spending tens of millions of dollars trying to figure out how to reach out to young men and how to mobilize the masses as they once were able to do. And then now you do actually have a
Joe Rogan of the left is Zoran Mandani.
You literally have an African socialist Muslim man this time around, like the real Obama.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, none of the liberals that would back him are out there defending him at all.
This is a moment where I think that may turn. Here is this is clip number 8. This is a video podcaster Jennifer Welch. I mean, we saw her.
She's a good friend of mine.
Yeah, you've been on the show.
Yeah, she's been on my podcast before. I've had it, ladies.
She's pretty like a normie coded. Yeah. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, they are from Oklahoma, and they definitely are definitely a lot more progressive than the average Democrat. But I know for a fact that the Democratic Party really wanted to use them as this non-hostile space. I mean, they've interviewed Barack Obama. They've interviewed Hakeem Jeffries in the past.
And what's his face? Oh my God! The chief of staff for Obama. Rahm Emanuel.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
and Rahm Emanuel got eviscerated on there. And here she is on Hakeem Jeffries, that same, issue.
I think our nominee is going to have to convince folks that he is prepared to aggressively address the rise in anti-Semitism in the city of New York, which has been an unacceptable development.
Okay. First of all, he has addressed the rise of anti-Semitism, and it's not performative. It's very, very real. And he understands that it's real, and he has the endorsement of other Jewish politicians that aren't propagandized by a corrupt Israeli government, Hakeem. But secondly, this was your moment, Hakeem, to also stand up against Islamophobia, because here's the thing about human rights, you guys. You don't get to cherry pick. If you're against anti-Semitism, then you have to be against Islamophobia, homophobia, racism, and down the line. Also class warfare, this bigotry towards poor people is just abhorrent, which disproportionately hurts people with the color of Hakeem Jeffries' skin. And so this kind of cherry picking, because of who donates to Hakeem Jeffries, AIPAC donates to Hakeem Jeffries. How on earth right now is the government of Israel helping calm and quell anti-Semitism? How? How are they doing it? They're not. They lie and they propagandize and they say, we get to do all this stuff with impunity. And then if you criticize us or you do anything wrong towards us or you speak out against us, then we're going to call you an anti-Semite. The people who preach against anti-Semitism should be joining Zoran Mandani and standing up against the Islamophobic attacks on him. He has not said anything disparaging about Jewish people. He stands with them in solidarity. And this type of crap is so disgusting to me. And it is a cancer within the Democratic Party. And I'm just going to tell you guys something. We lost these last 2 elections to an idiot because of these centrist policies, and you're being beholden to special interests. And by God, it's not going to happen again. You can either be a part of the problem or a part of the solution. But if you want to try to box us in when we can clearly see with our eyes and clearly hear with our ears exactly what's happening with Israel and Gaza, and try to propagandize another way, we're not dumb like MAGA. We're not fucking stupid. Your base is smarter, and y'all are going to have to adapt or get the fuck out.
So Chuck Schumer doing a great job keeping the Democrats pro-Israel, huh?
The thing that is impressive is, I mean, that last part where she was saying, like, who is Hakeem Jeffries actually delivering this stuff to?
Yep.
Like, every New Yorker has seen Brad Lander walking around. He's the highest elected Jewish official in New York City. Every New Yorker knows this. Anybody who's paid any attention to this election in the days before, whether it was on, Colbert show or what, like, who is Hakeem Jeffries talking to? It's almost like they don't realize they are in a small, like, black box theater. That's the size of their audience now as to who they're even communicating to. It is fascinating. They like, we need to reach across the, sort of the divide, and they keep talking to a smaller and smaller group of people.
Yeah. One thing I always get really frustrated by, because I think people on the left also have a tendency to do this, where they're like, oh, well, like, he has to address Israel because there's a lot of Jews in New York and they all care about Israel. And I feel like it's just like the dual loyalty trope, but like on a woke, I guess, on the woke side, it's like the woke dual loyalty trope. And my question always is, like, New York City is the largest Jewish city on the planet. Sometimes Tel Aviv, I think, has a higher number of Jewish people living in it. But I think New York City is either the number one or number two largest Jewish city on the planet. It predates the invention of the state of Israel. Yep. Like, Jewish people here have stronger roots to the United States of America and New York City in particular, and Los Angeles as well, than they do to Israel as a nation state. Israel is an ethno-state. Zionism is an ethno-state project. They incentivize American Jews and Jews all around the world to go and live in Israel. So my question always is to these people that say, like, oh, Jews really care about Israel, that's all they care about. It's like, but these are American Jews. These are New Yorkers. If they cared about Israel that much, they would live in Israel.
Yep.
Like, they would just go and live there. There are tremendous incentives to go and live there. You actually get health care if you live in Israel, as a matter of fact. It is a comprehensive health care coverage that they can afford because they don't have to actually spend a dime on their defense, because we got that covered.
You get Palestinian land.
Yeah, you get free housing if you want, government subsidized housing in the West Bank if you want, like, and yet so many Jewish people choose to live here and be American citizens and not be Israeli citizens in spite of all that. That, to me, is a clear indication that American Jews, just like American Muslims, just like American Christians, have American problems, and that's what they care about. They don't care about Israel to the degree in which people talk about it in the media.
Well, it's certainly, I mean, look, I think there is, based on my own experience, there is a learned attachment to Israel in relationship with Israel, as opposed to, say, like, I don't have the same relationship with Uganda. I mean, maybe if the Zionist project had landed in Uganda, which at one point was banded around, but I don't. But that is different from saying this is the premier issue that they vote upon or they act upon or they move through life with. It is also different from saying that Israel, that this relationship isn't complicated. And I think it's different for people who have, like, direct relatives there, obviously, in the same way that, like, I grew up in Worcester. There was a lot of people, like, when you talk about the IRA or stuff like that, people are just like, oh, F the British, like, and I'm in Worcester.
They traffic guns. They directly traffic guns to the IRA.
Exactly. And
fundraise for the IRA in every bar. There was a Republican congressperson.
100%. And so this is, there are different dynamics at different eras. But the fact of the matter is that New York Jews didn't even for a moment, as a whole, I'm just talking in generalities in terms of the vast majority, this was not an issue for them at all. That's my point about the increasingly, when Hakeem Jeffries gets out there and says that, when Gillibrand says this, they are talking to literally a room full. It's the same people, frankly, who Carvel was talking about. I don't know if you caught that clip of Carvel.
Carvel.
Yeah, Carvel.
Carvel.
He says Carvel every time.
It's like an ice cream brand.
I have to pick and choose what I correct.
Exactly. He was on with, and I can't remember the guy. He was an old Al Hunt, and he said, "I go to these, big Jewish donors of the Democratic Party. They tell me they don't want to, give money because of Israel or whatever it is. It's really just the tax cuts." And it is, for a lot of these people, it is a proxy that allows them to avoid talking about what the real issue is, class issues. And they bring this up because it was a third rail, type of deployment. And it is no longer resonating. It no longer resonates because of what people can see with their eyes in terms of the way that Israel has been, engaged in this slaughter, genocide, ethnic cleansing. I think all three probably are appropriate, but pick them. Pick whatever one you feel comfortable with saying. And I think people are just like, I'm not going to, make my determination who's going to be mayor of New York City, or frankly, even the president of the United States at the end of the day.
I just don't think it's a detriment in the way that these guys suggested it was for the longest time, and they even did in the lead up to the election. And that was, I guess, the reason why Kamala Harris could not actually chart a different trajectory for herself and like cut her off from the anchor that was the Joe Biden administration, even on this issue that was, again, 75-25% at that point.
Well, that's what's amazing is that CNN clip from the other day, they played over the course of 8 years.
Yeah.
The people on our campaign must have known that data.
Yeah.
And yet,
we covered it.
This is absolute malfeasance by that campaign, and it wasn't raised in that way. They talked about it in the context of Mamdani, but those numbers were not dramatically different 6 months ago, or 8 months ago, or 10 months ago.
Right.
And yet the campaign just said, we're not even going to allow this Palestinian lawmaker to speak at the convention when it was completely benign, everything she had to say.
Yeah, and it would have had reverberations beyond, I think, Israel-Palestine, because it would have shown everyone in America, there would be so much like secondary coverage on, wow, Kamala Harris is actually separating herself from Joe Biden on this issue, which would have been a great marketing opportunity. I literally advocated even for from a bloodless, cold, cynical, calculated stance. If you don't care about the humanity of like charred children that we're facilitating the genocide of, the least you could do is like advocate on this because I don't want Donald Trump to win, and this way you can separate yourself from Joe Biden, who was deeply unpopular. Everyone saw him as old, feeble, and monstrous, and simultaneously really win favors with a lot of people, because I think that the issue of Israel and your opinion on Israel, I think, is a way for politicians to communicate earnesty, because there's such a division between what the public feels about this versus what the media talks about, or how the media talks about this issue and how politicians talk about this issue. You can really cut away at that. And my fear always is that there are cynical actors, both on the media side like Tucker Carlson, or cynical actors on the political side like Marjorie Taylor Greene, that see that know how to read the room better than everybody else, and will utilize that to win favors with a broader audience.
And just to expand on that, it also indicates I am not a part of the establishment.
Yeah.
Democratic responsiveness.
It shows the responsiveness, it shows the inclusion, it shows breaking with Biden, but it is a proxy. The reason why, Tucker Carlson or Marjorie Taylor Greene find efficacy in it is it shows that they're anti-establishment on some level, because again, they are only speaking to the establishment. Like Hakeem Jeffries is sitting on whatever Meet the Press saying Mamdani needs to deal with anti-Semitism. No one thinks that.
Well, Marjorie Taylor Greene may not be actually speaking to the Zionist donors that Carville was talking about there, because she is actually an anti-Semite. So she's not in the rooms that 95% of Republicans are in, and like 70% of Democrats are in. So when you ask, like, who is this for? when Hakeem Jeffries is doing this performance, it's for the Zionist donor base.
Yep.
And people can sense that. So when we're talking about it being like a proxy for other things, it is about showing democratic responsiveness. And also why it compounded things for Kamala was the fact that people felt alienated from the Democratic Party's lack of democratic responsiveness.
Yeah.
When for basically since 2023, the polling showed that the Democratic voter base felt that Joe Biden was too old to run again, and they decided to ram him through without really any public debate or process on this front, which made people feel alienated from the Democratic Party. That's a huge problem, and it's not just a problem of Joe Biden. It's a problem, as we're seeing structurally with the party, where they can't conceive of a working class politics that shows direct responsiveness to people. The only people that the people they're most directly responsive to are donors, and then if they see polling shift enough for them, then they'll decide to lead. The immigration stuff, Trump, his numbers tanking on that front, we can't thank Democrats for that at all, except for maybe Chris Van Hollen and a few, and of course the members of the squad and the left wing members.
Yeah.
But that's all what he did on his own. And the Democrats could have been the yin to that yang. They could have shown an alternative vision, and now it's just like, oh, he's unpopular in a vacuum and people feel nihilistic, which is what he thrives on in the end, and this movement thrives on in the end.
It's strange to watch them kind of get reminded that they're supposed to be anti-austerity.
Yeah.
Like it almost like every single day since the Trump administration began, they have been actively signaling that they're going to cut all of these federal jobs. They're going to cut these regulatory agencies, and at a time when there's planes falling out of the sky, it's like a perfect opportunity to really drive home this point that these jobs need to exist. You and your billionaire buddies are just cutting these federal jobs that are decently paying jobs for a lot of Americans, tens of millions of Americans. And also these are services that they rely on. And there was no communication from the Democratic Party in the first couple of months. And even now you have this horrifying, disastrous bill. It's one of the most unpopular bills that has passed since we began tracking the popularity of bills that are passing. And it's unpopular in spite of the Democratic Party's positioning on this, because they were able to push it through this expedited process, just like they did the last Trump tax cuts in 2017. And the less time is spent on the gridlock aspect of Congress, the less time there is to communicate all of the awful things that are in this bill to make the bill less popular. The alternative to this is, of course, the ACA that the Republicans were able to stop at every step of the way and simply lie about the things that were in the bill, like death panels, if you remember.
Yep.
Which made it deeply unpopular by the time of its passage. And the Democrats didn't do anything until after the fact, and until the last hour when Hakeem Jeffries decided to do the Cory Booker thing.
There was a missed opportunity to vote against that budget. You go back and you look at what Chuck Schumer was saying, they could shut down Medicaid. Well, I got some very bad news for you for what's happened. They have shut down Medicaid.
Yeah.
And having to have forcing them to have shut down Medicaid 4 months ago, for however long they could sustain that, would have inhibited this passage of this bill. They also could not address the increase in ICE because they've been so bad on immigration. They have no immigration policy to fight this, so they couldn't get out there and go we're going to turn this place into a fucking police state with $300 billion for ICE. They could not do that because they've been wrapped up. I mean, the leadership, I will say this. When I first got into this in 2004, there was a sense of, the netroots, the blogosphere. There was a sense that within a certain, quadrant of the Democratic activist base, there was a divide between the leadership and the party. But I really feel like the divide between the leadership and just your average Democratic voter is far more pronounced today than at any time that I've been, conscious of politics. Maybe 1968 was different, but maybe not. But if you look at the way that voting Democrats have perceive, what they want from their leaders. 20 years ago, Democrats, by a 60 to 40 margin, maybe even greater, wanted compromise. And they have learned over the past 2 decades, that's not going to work.
Yeah.
That's why Build Back Better failed, because Joe Biden decided, instead of following up on the American Rescue Act, I'm going to let the Republicans come in, and that killed 4 months. Then I'm going to let Sinema and Portman come in, and that destroyed the bill. I mean, it was over by that point. That's when, the donors caught up with Manchin.
Trump rammed it through. He rushed it.
It's exactly what you need to do.
One of the things I brought up in the immediate aftermath of the election to the Pod Johns was exactly this. I was like, there were so many opportunities for Biden, if he actually had the ambition, to whip these votes. Right? Because we look at Donald Trump and we see a silly man, a fascist, but a goofy, stupid person. But he obviously commands the party. He has completely changed the trajectory of American politics in general. He has completely redesigned it in his own image. And outside of that, he also is capable of getting these votes, getting these people to vote on whatever bill he wants them to. And he will resort to dirtier tricks if necessary. And I think there is this forgotten aspect of the bully pulpit that Democratic leadership never uses to whip votes to get people in line. There is obviously threatening to remove people from committee positions if they don't play ball on these bills.
But we have seniority for Democrats have seniority for committees, and that's part of the problem, because they can't use that threat in the same way. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying we need. I've been screaming about this for years, but I'm happy to report that yes, like you said, there are more and more liberals that you would never expect, white wine moms in the middle of the country that also want a more combative Democratic Party. The next Democratic Party has to be combative and outwardly hostile to the Republicans in the same exact way that the Republicans have been successfully against the Democrats for the past multiple decades.
But how about this? This is a prime example. Where are the Democrats that are immediately tying Project 2025 and the Doge cuts to the horrible tragedy that we're seeing in Texas? I saw Hakeem Jeffries' statement was thoughts and prayers. Oh, we don't want to politicize this. Oh, really? In the age of Trump, you don't want to politicize it? He just said on stage, I hate Democrats. They hate me and I hate them. Could you, the just complete flaccid nature of this party is just enabling this right now. And it's also for their own ends of wanting power in the midterms, which they do care about, even if they're ineffectual at it. They're not doing the partisanship that is required for this moment.
No, they just simply don't. They're just not up to the moment. I mean,
they did a better job in 2016.
I would argue that Trump was not as efficient in 2016. I would argue that what they were facing was less difficult.
Yes.
Frankly, but no one will take the difference between year one of Trump and year one of Biden. Trump gets that budget bill passed at the beginning of the year. It is the equivalent of the American Rescue Act. And then he gets this done by July. When the American Rescue Act passed, the only thing Republicans were talking about was Dr. Seuss. Was 3 fucking books that were not republished by Dr. Seuss. They should have gone right in. Joe Manchin was talking that Build Back Better at that time should be $9 trillion. He was spending more than Bernie. And then as Biden dilly-dallies on some type of bipartisanship, there was that leaked audio in June of Joe Manchin with the no labels people. And that's when they started to get to him and say, no. You guys, this is the other path that you can take. And that's where it all goes south. And here we are, July, 3rd, and Trump's done. And he knows he's done. They understood this dynamic. You take the power when you have it. It's not going to last 6 months. There's no more, 100 days or whatever it is, first year honeymoon. And now I want to play this clip. I mean, this is how emboldened they are. This is the Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins. And this sort of combines their two basic things. One is, let's try and get rid of all low-income people by attrition. And then we also can get rid of any immigrants.
But I can't underscore enough. There will be no amnesty. The mass deportations continue, but in a strategic way, and we move the workforce towards automation and 100% American participation, which again, with 34 million people, able-bodied adults on Medicaid, we should be able to do that fairly quickly. Thank you.
Okay, she's talking about what's going to happen to, that there's not going to be, that farm workers are going to get rounded up, and that we have 34 million. I think what she's talking about, I think that 34 million is probably the number of adults on Medicaid.
It's around 40 million adults on Medicaid between 19 and 64, I think.
And I think her argument is they can get into the fields.
Move to they can pawn that Medicaid card.
Now, incidentally, they can move to the rural areas where they can get into the fields. There won't be any hospitals there, incidentally, because we're going to be rolling up 200 of them. I mean, this is...
Also, 2/3 of them already have a job.
Exactly.
So there's also that reality.
And then the other third is like if they're in school, taking care of an elderly family member, and it's like somewhere in the single digits in terms of people who don't have a listed excuse. So all of those people, congratulations, you're headed to become a farmer now.
I mean, the idea that a government official, a cabinet secretary, could say something to that effect, and there's no, the Democrats aren't in a position, and I think it's because they have no immigration policy, that it's been completely eviscerated by their backtracking and this and that, and the bill that Joe Biden was supposed to pass and Donald Trump kept from going in there. I mean, they saw it coming. They chose the absolute wrong policy response. Aside from, I think there is some genuine hostility towards immigrants that was in that Biden administration.
100%. I think he came in with the first 100 days that was the exact opposite, the diametrical opposite legislative agenda of Donald Trump in 2020. And then I think it was around February, because I remember covering this extensively in the beginning. I think it was like February or April when the Customs and Border Patrol was whipping the Haitian migrants at the Texas border with their reins on horseback. And from that point on, the Biden administration just completely dropped the ball on immigration. They completely dropped the ball on it. And there was a amnesty, like a conditional amnesty program associated with the first 100 days, closing the childhood, stopping the childhood separation policy and closing like these immigration detention facilities, which they basically restructured to call, I think, overfill centers or something like that, where like they were doing family overfill centers. So it was basically the same thing, but with like a Democrat liberal patina associated with it. And I remember at the time screaming about this because I said over and over again that this is going to be the issue that the Republicans use, as they have historically, and they know it. The Democrats know it. So if they don't start counter messaging against this right now and don't put out like a comprehensive pro-immigrant agenda, that the media is going to go along with the hostility towards migrants, and the entire discourse will be flooded, dominated by right-wing hysteria, because it is hysteria. It's not real. This is not a real problem. Immigration is a crisis only because we do not go through the expeditious paper filling process. That's it. Because the difference between a documented and undocumented non-citizen is documentation. And they didn't do any of that. and it was a devastating failure. And by the time the election cycle came around, this was October 6, 2023, right before October 7, is when they unveiled the Trump is right, actually. We want to build the border wall package that the Oklahoma senator had written.
And if I remember correctly, that was supposed to be a sweetener for the rest of like an economic package. And what happened is that part became the sole aspect of it as all the sort of the Build Back Better stuff fell away. That was part of the Cinema Portman thing, I think, as like a sweetener in there. And then all of a sudden it became the main thing. I mean, it was just like a tremendous amount of just political malpractice. And this idea that like we look at the polling and polling is static is absurd. We have seen this dramatic change over the course of 8 years with Israel. I mean, it's not like you have multi-generations dying off here. People change in their perspective. We've seen the change in perspective in immigration from Trump, in Trump to Biden. We saw a huge change in immigration. These things move. They are flexible, but if you chase after where the Republicans are going, which is always the case, you're always going to be behind it. You're not going to get out in front of them. You're not going to say, okay, well, instead of deporting, what we should do is shoot all immigrants. I mean, that you're always going to be chasing them, and you're not. It's just. It's a fool's errand.
You look like you're lying when that happens. After spending 8 years saying like the border wall is racist and it's silly, to turn around and be like, actually, we want to build a border wall, and the Trump administration is not serious about building the border wall. If you think that is going to be a message that ends up bringing some of these like white nativists on board with the Democratic Party's agenda, you're out of your freaking mind. Yep. The only thing that it does is make your base of support go in the direction of the Republican Party, because it's a basic admission that, yeah, the Republicans were right. Migrants are a national security problem, and therefore maybe I'm going to go with the guy who was right all along rather than the Democrats now.
Yep. Right. Or I'm going to stay home, which is the other thing that doesn't get discussed enough. It's like when you saw that IMEU analysis, that the plurality opinion for people in terms of who stayed home, they were not motivated to go out because of Gaza, because of her stance on that. But I think it all has a compounding effect where, okay, I can't vote for this person, I don't like either, and I'm just going to stick around. And that's who Zoran interviewed right after the race, and that's what prompted this historic run for him to win this primary. Yeah. And those are the voters we should be focusing on. Like this strategy of just picking and choosing issues based on how they poll at a current moment, as you say, Sam, as if like the polling is static and that leadership can't change things. It's the anti-politics. It's like, because the Democrats just want to get in power so they can be a concierge like Schumer, or so that they can craft legislation and do the good work of keeping the budget going every year or whatever, where it's like, do you want to do politics? Do you believe in something other than getting into power? People smell that, and that's why the Democratic Party has a lower approval rating than Donald Trump.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out. We are back. Sam Seder, Emma Vigeland, fun half. Brian flying the ship solo today. There you go.
We're trying. Also, if whoa,
Sam Seder, Emma Vigeland, Majority Report. We are back. Sam Seder, Emma Vigeland. Otka Ku Dragon, can you talk about RFK defluoridating Utah today? I'm already seeing negative signs. I'm not sure what the negative signs you're seeing.
Well, Utah made that decision.
Utah made that decision, but he's certainly putting it out there. I think, I guess we'll look at like dental data.
In a year.
Of course, we'll probably under Kennedy only be able to look at dental data for autistic people.
That's a good point. Yeah, we won't even have access to that stuff.
My family home couldn't afford property taxes if it wasn't thanks to a conservation easement where you can't build on property. I'm sure it's abused, but a lot of unwealthy people in rural areas depend on it, says a sedge warbler. Well, this is the thing, is that like, I know this happens up, how do I know this? Who's that former guy? Pataki.
Mm-hmm.
I heard Pataki and Dylan Radigan talking. I was on the show once, and they're like the break. They're talking about like their relative properties, and they're talking about like they got a certain amount of cows or something like this. And I'm sitting there going like, Pataki's a farmer, and what they do is they get the ag property tax exemption.
Mm-hmm.
By allowing like their farmer they'll pay the farmer down the road to have the cows graze or to collect the hay to get the tax break. Now you can't get rid of the ag exemption if you want to maintain like local farms, but somehow they find a way of like getting around. That's that example that. We are back.
Oh, I love this video so much. Oh my God. Jose is the GOAT, dude. Jose has some fantastic videos, by the way. This is amazing.
Things are not going well at the Daily Wire. They're losing talent, laying off staff, and their CEO, Jeremy Boring, has resigned. With all the rumors swirling around the company, I think it's a good time to take a look at how they got here and just how bad things may be. Let's start with the beginning. The
Jew-hating Obama administration strikes again. They monitor Congress to target Israel. Jew-hating Obama administration strikes again. God, I love American media. Just the most unhinged group of charlatans on the planet. Famous hater of Israel. Notable Jew hater Barack Obama only gave $38 billion to Israel on his way out. How dare he? Disgusting. Really messed up.
Daily Wire launched back in 2015 from the humble beginnings of being cooked up in Jeremy Boring's pool house. Boring and Ben Shapiro would start the Daily Wire through their LLC, Benke Ventures. The Daily Wire found early success marketing its content on Facebook, where Ben Shapiro in particular gained a large following. The outlet got massive engagement for its articles, often dwarfing news outlets like CNN and HuffPost. However, an investigation by Popular Information detailed how much of this engagement was driven by sock puppet accounts that hid their affiliation with the Daily Wire to help spread their stories. Although it violates Facebook's terms of service to do that, the Daily Wire didn't face any real penalties after they were exposed, aside from being asked to mark accounts with names like American Patriot and America First as being run by their company. The Daily Wire also saw growth in podcasting and on YouTube, in part through their aggressive marketing strategy, which included a large number of paid ads. And over time, they began...
Everything is fake all the time, dude. Everything is fake all the time. It's all moneyed interest coming in, flooding the market with propaganda, with the hopes that they can actually target. Like, it's like view botting, right? Why do people view bot? Because Twitch is, much like every other platform, but especially on Twitch, like it's a very top-heavy platform, right? So when you actually use view bots to get to the top of the directory, real audience members come along as well. That's it. It's literally that simple. For the Daily Wire, that was the goal. Everything that they've ever done is completely botted into oblivion. And they were able to manufacture some kind of like a real audience out of this until, of course, that audience, until October 7, basically, when that audience was like, oh, wait, you guys love Israel.
And to develop a loyal audience. They later launched a subscription service where they provided members with exclusive material. And for the first few years, things were looking very rosy for the company. By 2022, the Daily Wire seemed to be reaching its peak. They celebrated by renaming their subscription service Daily Wire Plus, and it had gained hundreds of thousands of new subscribers throughout that year. According to Jeremy Boring, revenue figures were projected to be reaching $200 million. That money was used to sign high-profile talent such as Jordan Peterson and Candace Owens. In short, things were looking very good for the company. At some point, things began to take a turn. It's difficult to say exactly where this was, since the Daily Wire is very selective with the metrics it makes public, and there are many different parts of this company to consider. But I want to highlight a few of the reasons I think the Daily Wire is in some trouble right now. I believe the first major catalyst was the company's foray into the world of movies and television. Many of the people at the Daily Wire have, at various times, tried to make it in the world of entertainment. Jeremy Boring had produced and written several shorts. Ben Shapiro was an aspiring screenwriter, Michael Knowles was an actor, and Andrew Klavan has writing credits for a few produced movies. Their levels of success varied.
I did call this at the time, yes. Yes, I did. And if you remember, chatters, when they launched their scripted division, I said this was destined for failure. And it's not because I saw the future. I simply looked at the past. The example I used, yep, this chatter is correct. You guys are so good at recall. The example I used was NRA TV. The NRA is one of the most powerful lobbying arms in the United States of America. And yet, the NRA fell apart. Why did the NRA fall apart? Not because they were mismanaging funds, even though that took place as well. But the reason why the NRA fell apart was because of their ambitions of entering the marketplace of content creation. The NRA took a lot of risk to create a steady flow of propaganda that directly came from the NRA, cutting out the middleman. It created the careers of Dan Bongino and numerous other Kalayan Noor, numerous other people. Having said that, however, it caused the collapse of this massive organization because content creation is an expensive endeavor, especially when the people doing it are not, organically charismatic and are requiring they require a tremendous amount of marketing dollars to be spent. Okay? Same problem that the Daily Wire also landed on. There is a reason why these dipshits don't make it in Hollywood. Here's the clip. Jeremy Boring in a statement. They've also made a bunch of movies. Earlier this year, the Daily Wire told Axios 12-month revenue hit $100 million for the first time in January. This is, by the way, when they were talking about how it was exploding, how the Daily Wire's revenues were exploding and how successful they were. 2022, up from roughly $65 million for the full year in 2020. Jesus Christ. That is way too much money, brother. Holy I don't know how the they are sustainable and actually making money this way. Details, the investment will go into building a line of live action and animated children's entertainment. I mean, this will destroy them. This will destroy them like it destroyed the NRA. Remember that the NRA was not destroyed by, like any organized campaign or even the district attorney, the Southern District Attorney of New York. It literally was originally destroyed by NRA TV because consistently making content is very difficult. Now, of course, the NRA did not know how to consistently make content. So they had a really bulky operation, whereas Daily Wire does know how to make consistent content, at least at a price point that makes them, I guess, make money or generate some revenue. NRA was destroyed by internal embezzling, wasn't it? Yes, internal embezzling, but also the media operation. Internal embezzling certainly played a role in it. The media operation literally was a revenue sink. It literally was just the unlimited amounts of money being pumped into the NRA TV side. And wild how I didn't know you yet. Thank you, Ethan Klein. Yep, that's from April 2nd, 2022. Contrary to what my haters might say, if you actually spend enough time in here, you will probably develop a better understanding of the world than listening to them and arriving at conclusions only because it is against the position that I'm presenting. Because that's what my haters do. They don't have actually an established worldview. They're simply reactionary to everything that I present. And therefore, because I'm right more often than I'm wrong, they find themselves wrong more often than they're right. So cut out the middleman, and instead of watching me through clips that are framed out of context, that are framed in a nefarious way, come directly to the source itself, and perhaps you will understand the world much better than you currently do. Oh, Van Jones is on! Talking about Biden. Is he going to cry? Oh my God! Is he going to cry? Did he cry already?
Praying for him as he is pulled for and prayed for.
I'm
so many
sorry,
others.
I'm interrupting the Daily Wire broadcast for a brief moment. I have to see this cry a little bit.
I covered him. I heard all these stories, but just you have personal stories about how he'd pick up the phone and call people, members of someone's family that are dealing with a cancer diagnosis or who are in need of somebody to comfort them or whatever the case may be. And then, of course, he's
oh my God, the amount of glaze CNN is doing on Biden is so funny.
Him really getting behind the cancer.
This also presents Jake Tapper in a unique predicament, in a unique position, because like he literally is ass blasting, no pun intended, Joe Biden right now because of his own career ambitions. Him and Alex Thompson have gotten together and written a book. Alex Thompson was one of the reporters that actually criticized Biden's age. Jake Tapper came in after the fact, after everybody was on board. Having said that, Jake Tapper, ever the ambitious media demon he is, has joined in on the fun of ass blasting Joseph Robinette Brandon. Again, no pun intended. And therefore, this is going to kind of ruin their book tour, I think, because they're going to turn around and say like, oh, dude, look at this. You're releasing this book. Joe Brandon is not even dead yet. He can read it. Like, you're going to attack a man with cancer. The second time I think that pun was intended, no.
Now is 38 years old. Joe Biden has been in public life for 50 years, so longer than most Americans have been alive. Joe Biden has been walking the halls, marble halls, pressing the flesh, trying to get things done for Americans. Cancer is just one of the many causes that he has championed, but this one now strikes very close to home.
Yeah, I think we do have a clip of him talking about this. I want to just play it.
The fight against cancer, the fight to eliminate racial disparities in cancer, and
claims he wants to fight against cancer, gets cancer.
Unwilling to postpone.
Okay, I don't care. Him saying he's going to fight against cancer is meaningless. Everybody says that. It's like saying, dude, saying he's going to cure cancer was one of his dumbest campaign promises. Who gives a Anyway, I'm sorry to see this news. Cancer is truly awful. My dad passed away in 2021 with cancer. Praise for Joe Biden and his family. Nope. I hope Jill is next. What the What did Jill do to you? President Trump reacts to the news of former President Biden cancer diagnosis. Melania and I are saddened to hear about Joe Biden's recent medical diagnosis. We extend our warmest and best wishes to Jill and the family. We wish Joe a fast and successful. Oh my God. I would have expected Trump to be like, to at least have one snide remark in there. Yeah, he didn't write this. What is this? Oh, they hired Reza Keller of Crisis PR. Oh my God. Jake Tapper, Alex Thompson hire Reza Keller for Crisis PR ahead of Biden book launch. I wonder if they knew ahead of time. Their authors plan to roll out the book as smart as possible per reports. It is set for release on May 20th. Oh my God, it's going to be released in 2 days. Just like Brandon's cancer just got released. Oh my God, I think Brandon released his cancer on purpose. Come on, you didn't expect the haha, you got cancer from Trump? From Trump? Dude, I absolutely expected him to say something snide. And by the way, tomorrow is Monday. He's going to be in front of cameras. They're going to ask him about Biden's cancer diagnosis. Just wait. Just wait. If you think Donald Trump, off prompter, is not going to say some snide remarks about Joe Biden getting cancer, we shall see. We shall see. But I absolutely would expect him to be at least a little catty, for sure. In his eyes, Joe Biden, literally, and the Department of Justice under Joe Biden did lawfare against him. He stole the election from him. Are you kidding me? He is Satan's very own soldier. Biden, I mean. Okay, law. No, I definitely expect him to say something. I expect him to say like something snide. Like, I hope he has more time to recover instead of trying to ruin the Democratic Party further, something like that. You know what I mean? I can see that. He's too petty. If he is actually the man I know him to be, if he's still got it, he'll say something. He'll say something. Not like directly. Not directly. He's not going to be like good riddance. You know what I mean? Because he doesn't want to come across as like too mean-spirited. But I could totally see him saying something snide in reference. He's not going to say something too crazy. He's not going to come out and be like, yeah, he sucked. I'm glad that happened or whatever. But I could totally see him, yeah, something like, he may be Crooked Joe, but I wish him a straight recovery, something like that. Even that. Or defending his position, saying, I told you he was too old. This guy was so old, the Democrats propped him up. Knowing he was so old, they probably gave him cancer. Nancy Pelosi gave Joe Biden cancer. Believe it. And they tried to come after me too. They shot me. They shot me in the ear. Only got ear cancer. Defeated it. Just like I defeated COVID, which is fake. But also a Chinese bioweapon. Yeah. My own health. I'm a beacon of health. I'm a beacon of health. As you know, the lying news media kept covering for Joe Brandon, saying that Joe Biden was actually healthy. They kept saying, I was the unhealthy one. Well, whose prostate is the size of a walnut now, Joe? Okay, maybe he won't go that far, but you know, you get the picture. I had Vladimir Putin, 1 finger, 2 fingers, sometimes 3. Let me tell you, things are great down there. Things are great. Oh no, frames are dropping. I went too far. I went too far. I'm sorry. Let's dial it back and let's get back to the Faley Wire.
Read from no success at all to a modest amount of success, though none of them seem satisfied with what they have achieved. They would often voice complaints that it wasn't so much their lack of talent that held them back, but rather a bias against conservatives in Hollywood. In his 2011 book, Primetime Propaganda, Ben Shapiro describes his experience of nearly getting a job as a screenwriter. For those unfamiliar with Shapiro's
I love this video so much. Oh my God. Jose is the GOAT, dude. Jose has some fantastic videos, by the way. This is amazing. It's like a reminder of all of my favorite Ben Shapiro hits. This interview is hilarious.
As a young conservative, he had a column and had written a few books. For his 4th book, Primetime Propaganda, he used that public profile to attain access for several interviews with various studio executives. In that book, he describes a brief story about how he had a small opportunity to become a writer in show business. Apparently, several scripts he had written were read by studio executives and agents, and he, as a talent, was being shopped around town for a potential job. Eventually, though, his agent dropped him because of his existing writing credits, marking him as someone that people in the entertainment industry wouldn't want to work with. I should point out that one of the books Ben Shapiro had written was titled Porn Generation: How Social Liberalism is Corrupting Our Future. More than just a provocative title, that book is also an absolutely wild read. I've never read something by a 21-year-old that calls so many female celebrities whores. There's a real incel energy to all of it.
Oh, yeah. A lot of people forget that, like, Ben didn't become the intellectual giant of the right overnight. He spent many, many years writing the most Hitlerian stuff about Arabs, Palestinians in general, including demanding a final solution for them. Okay, quite literally demanding a final solution for them all the way back in like 2002 for townhall.com. I am such a Ben Shapiro scholar. The Porn Generation was also yet another disturbing book that heavily demanded censorship. Ironically enough, Mr. Freedom of Speech, I used to use this all the time as well. Mr. Free Speech wanted unimaginable censorship with the Porn Generation book, How Social Liberalism is Corrupting Our Future. And it's like incredibly, it's an incel screed, okay? But who could forget his works of fiction? The homoerotic fan fiction he wrote. I forget what the title of it was. Yeah. The title of the, of course, article from Town Hall is called Population Transfer is Not a Dirty Word, famously. I used to have a running bit where I would translate the speech to German and then read it out in German to help you develop a better understanding of what kind of politics Ben had. He disavows that article, yes. Well, he did. He later disavowed the article while still advocating for everything in the article. Anyway, let's keep going.
And a producer for a show like The Good Wife might not want one of its writers having a credit like that on their resume. Here's an excerpt from the book describing a performance at the 2003 MTV.
The book is Allegiance. Oh, thank you. It was Allegiance is homoerotic fan fiction of Barack Obama having gay sex, I think, with like the Iranian mullahs.
Video Music Awards.
True
the video
Allegiance.
is going to be playing alongside his words to give you an idea of how outrageous this supposedly was. The competing princesses of Pop-Tart whoredom, Britney Spears and Christina Aguilera, both dressed in sluttish bridal costumes, popped out of wedding cakes, and began singing Madonna's 1984 hit, Like a Virgin. Finally, Madonna made her grand entrance, dressed in black, form-fitting S&M groom outfit. Madonna joined the two former Mouseketeers, and the three gyrated around the...
He's so horny when he's writing this stuff. I think in his mind, I have this sneaking suspicion that in his mind, this is the only way that he can actually appreciate this kind of like art that has a hint of eroticism associated with it. So he's like consuming it in anger. But deep down inside, Benny Boy does actually have an appreciation for fine arts more than any other conservative personality. For those of you who don't know, Benny Boy himself is a violinist. His father literally is I think his father was a not super famous, but like somewhat famous violinist as well. And he grew up in the world of arts in Los Angeles, California, only to become an incredibly annoying person. The other person that also obviously has an appreciation for arts, but is not as like well versed in it, is Donald Trump. But Ben Shapiro's father is a composer, yes, and he grew up in Los Angeles. And why do you know so much? Because he was like my number one ideological enemy for almost a decade. What do you mean? This is like, it was like him and Steven Crowder and Tucker Carlson. Like these guys were the top three. These guys were my actual ideological enemies. Of course, I learned so much about them over the course of my coverage. Yeah. Unlike these dumbass slop tubers, like I choose my sights on my ideological enemies carefully. I don't try to masquerade as like some kind of liberal or centrist person and then only hyper focus on like a Twitch streamer who is a out and about socialist, okay? Another one is Charlie Kirk, of course. I know a lot about Charlie Kirk's background as well. Now it's Asmin, Nux, and the likes. No, they're not. They're not my ideological enemies. They're utterly irrelevant. And unfortunately, I mean, they will inevitably be left in the dustbin of history. This is just a brief moment where political discourse has moved in that direction. They are not considered genuine ideological enemies. Maybe Asmongold, given his prominence as a figurehead in conservative commentary. But like, no, I don't give a about some VTuber who wants to make a name for himself by presenting me as their enemy. Just as I don't give a about like Sex Pestiny. Those people are utterly irrelevant. They have no real convictions. They have no real firmly held beliefs, or their firmly held beliefs and convictions are not rooted within a genuine interest in changing the world. Ben Shapiro, on the other hand, is a Republican through and through. He is a party man through and through. Anyways, continue.
Staged like hookers starved for Johns. He doesn't mention the part where Missy Elliott comes out later on for some reason, but he does go on to say that Madonna kissing Britney Spears and Christina Aguilera turned young girls bisexual. I feel like I have to mention that Ben Shapiro here has the ghost of a point.
I saw a clip of Asmongold defending the I'm actually clean allegations, and it lives in my mind. This is really funny. Which fan base is this? I'm gay, white, and racist. Tel Aviv nightclubs. Oh my God. Incredible. Oh, fantastic. No notes.
point when it comes to how women are sexualized in entertainment, but his solution isn't about empowering women. Rather, he calls them whores and says they should promote heterosexual sex after marriage. The irony of this origin story, though, is that Ben Shapiro had more of an opportunity in Hollywood than so many other aspiring writers. He had meetings with former studio executives and offers to develop a pilot. Getting an agent to read your script, never mind being brought on as a client, is a major, major opportunity. What Ben Shapiro never acknowledges is that it was his public profile as a conservative writer that got him these meetings with executives to begin with, starting him on this whole journey through Hollywood. That same public profile being his undoing seems to be lost to him. It wasn't the private ideas in his head, but the very public positions he was taking as a writer. Here's an excerpt from the Primetime Propaganda book. The quote here comes from an agent telling Ben he can't work with him. I don't know if this is a direct quote or if this is simply Ben Shapiro citing something from his memory. Listen, I have no problem with your politics. It's just that my agent started sending your sample around and it got to a producer on one of the shows. He said that he knew who you were and that he'd never work with you. The whole reason I'm even dealing with you is because your writing has that sparkle. But let me get back to you. Because it needs to be said, Ben Shapiro's creative writing is not good. I've done two.
It's not. But True Allegiance is the gay fan fiction. But also, listen. It's not like Hollywood doesn't have its fair share of freaks and conservative writers and conservative directors. There are plenty of them out there, okay? It's just you can't be a conservative and suck at the same time, or suck as hard as Ben sucks. That's it. That's the whole problem here.
Videos on that all.
Okay, don't you dare disrespect Taylor Sheridan, okay? No. Like, Taylor Sheridan is actually a good example of someone who is both conservative and also doesn't suck as hard. Some of his later work, yes, is not great. But, like, there are moments of in Taylor Sheridan's work, there are moments of watchability, okay? You can't say Taylor Sheridan's entire body of work sucks. It doesn't. That's it. Like, Clint Eastwood is a phenomenal example of this, okay? Clint Eastwood is a fantastic example of this. I'm not talking about Sorbo. Kevin Sorbo sucks through and through. He was an actor. He doesn't have any emotion. Or even James Woods, again, actor, doesn't have emotion beyond that. We're talking about directors, like people who are participating in the creative process beyond actually just acting in front of a camera. Like Mel Gibson or Clint Eastwood, like these are guys that, regardless of their reactionary freak status, at least have some glimmer of light in their writing. Okay, Denis Villeneuve is pretty right. Wait, what? No, he's Quebecois. He is a victim of colonial oppression. I will not let this slander go on. No. The man who is responsible for the Dune series is actually a man who is primarily guided by the experiences as a francophone living under the brutal colonial occupation of Anglophones in Canada. No, he is not. First of all, he's Canadian. So I feel like if you're a Canadian and also known as a Canadian, your conservatism is nothing in comparison to like the American hog. Bro has CIA cinephiles in here spreading misinformation. I know Andrew knows a lot more than I do about this stuff, so I assume he's correct. Frank Herbert was a speechwriter for Reagan. Yes, Frank Herbert is actually a great example of this, except he also became such a hyper obsessed like Arabophile that, and also an incredible environmentalist as well simultaneously, that like it doesn't, he's all over the place. Like he doesn't count. He is a major Araboo. As a Canadian, I love how Americans talk about Canadians. It's because your worst freaks are down here ruining our politics. Yeah, Herbert was a little bit of an eco-fascist for sure. But again, I think Frank Herbert became such an Arabophile that like, He's more so like a OG libertarian. All right, let's continue.
Already, give those a watch if you want to learn more. I am dubious about the second half of this quote, but the first half does reveal that it was him, specifically Ben Shapiro, not generic conservative, that was being rejected. It is interesting how Ben Shapiro, when he's rejected, doesn't look at his own personal choices that may have led to that decision, but instead retreats to this identity label he can use to pretend as if he's some kind of persecuted class. Whether or not conservatives have as many opportunities as more left-wing people in Hollywood purely based on their politics isn't really related to Ben's story, as it was very much him who was rejected for his very controversial writing credits. All of this speaks to the Daily Wire's entertainment ambitions and how they market them. They need to present this idea of conservatives being rejected by Hollywood.
Choose one to erase from history entirely, J.K. Rowling. I don't even consider J.K. Rowling's writing to be all that good. I'm sorry. I think it was like super basic always, but it was... What the hell? What the heli? What the heliante? J.K. Rowling, CIA, clapped me. We're back, though, obviously. It was a brief, minor blip. It's fine. It's not the biggest problem. The back and forth was shorter than people spamming, oh, you got killed by the TERFs. But yeah, I don't think J.K. Rowling is a brilliant author. A millennial never read Harry Potter? No, I did. I read all the books. I didn't watch the movies. I read the books. And as a child, it was a fascinating universe to delve into, but I wouldn't consider that universe to be like think about J.K. Rowling and then think about Tolkien. Or think about even George R.R. Martin, okay? Which one is a better author? Like, it's not even on the same planet. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, in the field of fantasy, people like Tolkien or people like George Martin are so above and beyond in comparison to J.K. Rowling. J.K. Rowling was great at making like a super simple concept. That's it. You're talking about a person who literally named an Asian character Cho Chang. Get the out of here. She is not a good author, dude. Are you joking? She made the most like heinous depiction of Jewish people in Nazi Germany, the goblin representation, as people who handled the money. Like, she is literally the most basic author of all time. But obviously that helps. It helps for children. Anyway, let's continue.
Hollywood, because it energizes the audience who reads them. It'd be far less effective marketing if they were...
Wait, a partner streamer, Asmon on top, you a whole bitch, FN? Who the is this? Hassan, I'm a big fan. I love you. I love Hassan. I love Hassan. I love Hassan. What is this meow meow? Lol, what is this meow meow ad? Help me. And then in February, he says, Lamau. And then he comes back. To say Asmongold on top. I have to look at his clips right now, right? I gotta see something.
Speed boosting ass nigga.
Yo! Ya biraz sesi kısın ama ya. Kendimi duyamıyorum lan. God damn.
Like, what is that?
He is not black? No, I think he is. Which makes this thing even funnier. anyway. Yeah. That's crazy, man. You a bitch, Asman on top, FN. Bro, the ultra rare black Asman fan, check his description. He's Mexican. Dude who uses AAVE but is an Asman fan is amazing. Okay, I love that. Respect. Oh my Lord. Bro. Bruh. I apologize. As you guys know, Mexicans are Turks, Flexicans are Turks, but La Raza is not recovering from this. I'm sorry. No recovery. Get baited. W clout. Asman Gold on top. Bro, Asman Gold thinks dudes that look like you should perish from the national borders of this country. And he's literally, he's like, Asman Gold be like, you're close enough in San Diego. Might as well move to the other side of the border. And this is in here being like, riding for him. Oh my Lord. Oh, amazing. Bro, the fact that his first clip of him saying the N-word, wait, why would that be shocking? That's the least shocking thing that we found.
Hit me, hit me, hit me. Hit me. Hit me. Hit me.
Nigga, I'm dead, bro. I'm dead. Bro, what the? That shit was funny as
Yeah,
shit.
yeah. Let him up. Let's go. Big party.
Oh, shit.
Okay, this wasn't him saying the N-word, by the way. Chatter, you are a liar. It still wouldn't be shocking, but... He sounds like Donkey. He said in the first clip you watched before, he's about to turn this into a full-on media career. No, he's not. He's a Grand Theft Auto streamer. That's not going to happen for him. In any case, I hope you're doing all right, Mickey's World. I did see wait, did you see a big streamer stream with Eric Adams? I don't know who streamed with him, but I saw this, yeah. New York City Mayor Eric Adams talks to Raoud about being under federal investigation and facing up to 35 years in prison after raising concerns about illegal immigrants coming into New York City.
Like just Philly, New York, you've been...
This is wild.
Yes. Yes, you had a cheesesteak?
You gotta get the cheesesteak.
Okay. All right, how was you feeling about the cheesesteak, dude?
I went down for the game.
Uh-huh. What, Eagles game?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
You Eagles fan?
Yeah, no, I'm a Giants fan. Come on, man. You trying to do to me.
Okay, Giants fan.
It's pronounced Rod. Hey, listen. Make no mistake. It is going to... Sites such as this one will be more commonplace in the future. I do fear that my impact on American politics has been for the worse. And this is basically all that I've gotten, all that I've created. I do feel like the Democrats are aware of the people coming onto Twitch and doing stuff with me. And it certainly, like Aiden Ross doing the Trump thing also played a role in this as well. But I don't think they understand how this works. No, they've been trying to get a foothold on Twitch for a very long time, since the AOC collab years and years ago, and it's literally in their memos. They've been trying to do it. Let's keep going.
They were presenting their entertainment ambitions as a product of personal bitterness over failing to succeed in the way they hoped.
Yeah,
but
Cory Booker.
in 2021.
News, you might see some more Senate Democrats on Twitch soon. Dems are given a private briefing last week hosted by Cory Booker, urging them to get on platforms like Twitch and Snapchat. Dems were briefed by members from the pro-democracy advocacy group Democracy Century. The Dems were told that sporadic voters who broke for Trump last year are on those platforms. Almost a third of the Senate Democratic caucus is over 70 years old. Finally, your chance to grift to the left? Yeah.
And they had an opportunity to make those dreams come true, and they were going to leverage their conservative media company to make it happen. A Daily Wire article announced this entertainment initiative, and in it, Ben Shapiro wrote, "We're going to be bringing out movies, edgy, entertaining, awesome movies that won't mock your values. We're going to be producing TV shows, comedies and dramas that take you seriously and that don't take advantage of your viewership to promote leftist causes." This is the type of branding that was being used to market this initiative, that watching the movies and TV shows created by the Daily Wire would be a form of resistance against this idea that culture has been hijacked by the left and is being used to push a leftist agenda. The underlying assumption of this article is that there is this vast swath of angry conservatives ready for this entertainment, and part of how it was being marketed was through the politics of the platform activating that audience. The first partner for the Daily Wire for this project was a production company called Cinestate, headed up by a guy named Dallas Saunier. At the time, the company had just changed its name to...
Bro, literally everything they did was to farm the dumbass hogs. They basically took like the Target marketing initiative and flipped it on its head. Where you know how like Target doesn't really give a shit about gay people or whatever, but like once a year, they'll be like, here's some t-shirts for you queers, you know? They do that once a year. Basically, that's what the Daily Wire was trying to do, but for racists. Where he was like, oh, you want chocolate, but you hate gay people? Eat our homophobic chocolate. And obviously, it's a failure on both fronts. Like, I don't think it's like a company actually invested in, I don't know, the queer emancipatory movement or whatever, when they do a once a year t-shirt release. And I don't think people give a shit about purchasing patriotic beer. One side is virtue signaling, the other side is vice signaling. Virtue is a better way to effectively market your product than vices are. But ultimately, the only thing that matters is whether the product is good or not and affordable. That's it. That's the only thing that people care about.
Bonfire Legend. This was done a few months after one of its producers, Adam Donaghy, was charged with sexually assaulting a minor. Saunier and other members of the company were accused of covering for Donaghy's previous actions committing sexual harassment. Jeremy Boring was very aware of this reporting before teaming up with Bonfire Legend. In a Daily Beast article, he was quoted as saying, "To the extent that things may have taken place in the production of this film or another film, I don't think it's my business. In the same way that it's not my business if something takes place at any other kind of company that I buy product from. I'm sure there have been allegations of sexual harassment at almost every major production company in the country. That doesn't mean the product itself has to be banned." The first product of this union, and the one Boring was referencing in that quote, was the movie Run, Hide, Fight, best described as Die Hard set in a school shooting. I've covered this before, but a short review for it is that it's underwhelming. One mistake I saw a lot of people making when talking about this movie was describing it as being produced by the Daily Wire. It had actually wrapped production well before the deal was made with Bonfire Legend, and the movie was looking for distribution. That's really only part of the story, though. The movie was never meant to be distributed by an external company. Rather, Cinestate/Bonfire Legend was planning on releasing it under their new genre label, Rebeller. It was also a culture website that published various articles, books, and podcasts. Following the revelations about Adam Donaghy in June of 2020, Rebeller had to fold. While it's probably true that a movie about a school shooting would struggle to find a distributor, I think having the name of someone accused of sexually assaulting a minor as a producer probably hurt it even more. Also, Rebeller had something of a reputation for being more sensitive to the right. An article by Adrian Nguyen goes into some of its history and helpfully points out that the site was getting shoutouts from Ben Shapiro.
Is that why they promote policies that allow for increased school shootings? They want to make more movies about them? Yeah. Ironically, Run, Hide, Fight, if the fight part of that is conducted with weapons, it is both simultaneously a way for right-wingers to advocate for more zones where people can have guns, which also creates an environment where there's more school shootings. Because like the whole point behind like right wingers constantly advocating for ease of access to weapons is because they claim that this will make places safer overall, when in fact more guns means less safety and more gun violence.
Shapiro over a year before they went into business together. I think it's likely that Cinestate/Bonfire Legend wasn't exactly looking for a brave partner to distribute a challenging movie that woke Hollywood wouldn't touch, but rather they were looking to partner with a distributor that would take on their toxic movie. And the Daily Wire, having no entertainment production team of their own, needed a company that was at least receptive to their politics. So it was a lovely match to make some bland movies. Run, Hide, Fight was released in January of 2021, and while it gets mocked, like all of the Daily Wire's movies, for making almost no money at the box office, that's not entirely fair. In the case of Run, Hide, Fight, the only numbers I could find said that it made a little under $35,000. But it's important to remember that this movie is primarily for online distribution, and while the Daily Wire doesn't share its streaming metrics, they claim to be very pleased with its performance. And I think this might be true. There was a lot of hype surrounding this entertainment initiative when it was announced, and this was their very first movie. Even if the female lead and interracial romance would have branded it as woke had it come from Hollywood, the Daily Wire's audience was ready to ignore that and support this new front on the culture war.
No, I don't agree. That's another... I think Jose's analysis is wrong. No, that's not true. That is precisely the reason why Daily Wire... This contributes to Daily Wire's failure, because every single movie that they made suspiciously also had like Gina Carano, because that was the only recognizable talent in their movies. And Gina Carano is a woman. Not only is she a woman, but she's also kind of a brolic woman, and you know, it doesn't fit the gender stereotype that people wanted to see from the Daily Wire. And that was part of the problem. Part of the problem was that a lot of these movies that they churned out also had women in them. If you remember, people were shitting on it. People were shitting on the movies. They were like, what the why is this like, oh, well, I thought we were above this whole like female saves the men.
Back when they first announced their entertainment initiative, speaking to Deadline, the Daily Wire claimed to have 1 movie and 2 TV shows in development, but it takes a long time to produce programming. From here, we got a very long dry spell of new releases. The next release for the Daily Wire was Shut In, a thriller about a woman trapped in a closet while her drug addict ex threatens their children. Whereas Run, Hide, Fight was a finished product that the Daily Wire distributed, Shut In was the first movie they took a hand in producing. The script had been found by Dallas Sonnier, and originally Jason Bateman was attached to direct. But the pandemic threw the project into disarray, and it ended up at the Daily Wire instead, with DJ Caruso now directing. This is probably the best of the Daily Wire's movies insofar that it's fairly average. The first 2/3 I would even describe as good, until it's let down by a very messy ending. There was some controversy surrounding the movie, as it included Vincent Gallo, who hadn't appeared in a movie since 2013, in part because of his behavior online, making various bigoted remarks, such as saying women shouldn't have the right to vote. On the business side of things, the Daily Wire did make one choice that seemed a bit odd. That was to first release Shut In on YouTube for free. It would air as a live stream, and anyone who missed that live stream or wanted to watch the movie again would have to sign up for the Daily Wire subscription.
Don't you think you're turning into a lib-centrist to make your ideology more digestible to bigots? I'm turning into a lib-centrist? I spent the first couple of hours shitting on Joe Biden after his cancer diagnosis. What are you talking about? I'm turning into a lib-centrist.
Service. They had actually done this for Run, Hide, Fight as well, although that movie had already premiered at the Venice Film Festival.
Sir,
and had...
I'm not a liberal, nor am I a centrist. I'm apolitical. I'm looking for my apolitical hat, but I can't find it. It's not within reach. But I'm apolitical. Take my word for it.
A very limited international release. That led to a write-up in Deadline where the strategy was briefly described like this. The film is also being sold to international distributors by Voltage Pictures. Those buyers may not be thrilled by the update. Jeremy Boring explained that the stream would be limited to the US only, though I'm not sure how successful that was since I was able to watch that just fine in Canada. It's possible viewers of the Daily Wire might have had a hint on where to get a VPN.
We use ExpressVPN.
The only numbers I could find for Shut In pegged its box office at roughly $715,000, which is actually the most a Daily Wire movie has made at the international box office. The broadcast on YouTube first strategy would be used again for their next movie, The Hyperions. Like Run, Hide, Fight, this is another movie that had been produced prior, but failed to
You aren't apolitical, you're a terror sympathizer? Excuse me, I'm apolitical.
find distribution. There isn't much to say about this one aside from it being pretty forgettable, and that since none of the actors involved had any idea it would be on the Daily Wire, we don't have to hold it against Carrie Elwes or anybody else. What's probably most notable about this initiative so far is just how little impact it made. Unless you're a longtime viewer of this channel, or like digging through my older videos, you've probably never heard of or don't remember any of these movies. This isn't really a surprise. It's incredibly difficult to break through to mainstream attention in the movie space. But considering the money being spent, the Daily Wire was falling well short of its lofty goals. In spite of Shut-In and the Hyperions landing with a thud in the first half of 2022, the Daily Wire was still riding high. It began releasing publicly numbers of its subscriber count and total revenue, declaring that it had 600,000 subscribers and revenue was projected at $100 million. By the end of the year, these numbers would be revised.
No politic here, Israel #1. No politic here, Israel #1.
To over 1 million subscribers and up to $200 million in revenue. The movies I mentioned likely weren't fueling most of the growth. In fact, what was fueling that growth was almost certainly the June 2022 release of the Daily Wire's biggest success, Matt Walsh's What is a Woman? According to comments from Dallas Saunier, who produced the movie, its budget of $1 million was returned roughly 30-fold, and it became the most watched thing on the Daily Wire Plus platform.
Am Israel high. Am Israel high. Israel #1. That's right. Am Israel high.
Didn't exactly come out of nowhere, as anyone who was on YouTube at the time remembers just how ubiquitous the ads for this movie were.
Yeah, oh my God, bro. They've pumped the ads so aggressively on this shit, dude.
Aggressively marketed itself, with some public examples of spending being tens of thousands of dollars for high-profile articles on their website. This movie almost certainly had a lot more than that spent on advertising. Whatever the cost that went into promoting the project, though, it certainly paid off. While the movie itself is a giant pile of anti-trans misinformation, it was undoubtedly a success for the Daily Wire, and you'll notice it's far closer to what made the Daily Wire famous in the first place, providing a polished sheen to conservative talking points, creating something that looks like a documentary but isn't much more than an op-ed written by someone with a childlike understanding of science. This is what their audience wants. On the other hand, there was another June 2022 release from the Daily Wire that was far less successful, the movie Terror on the Prairie, starring Gina Carano. This Western was meant to be Carano's big debut in a starring role following her dismissal from Disney after she compared being conservative in America to being Jewish in 1940s Germany. Carano had made those remarks in 2021 and was quickly signed by the Daily Wire to star in 2 movies for them. The first movie,
more like being a Jew in America in the Upper East Side in 2025, where everybody is ham-ass. That's right. The only people that are as attacked as the American conservative are the American Jews. Do you know how many times I walk past free parking signs and I think to myself, this must say Free Palestine? Do you understand me? Do you know how terrifying that is? I'm already terrified because I walk down the street. I'm walking. That's already terrifying for me because I can't even park my F-350. I can't even park my F-350 in the goddamn parking lots. It's too big. It's too big. It's too based. It's too American. Okay? And then I see Mexicans everywhere, which is also terrifying. Who knows what they're up to? Probably illegal. And then Hamas propaganda everywhere.
It was supposed to be titled White Knuckle, but it was put on hiatus after COVID vaccine requirements for filming led to Carano pulling out. Instead, the Western Terror on the Prairie would be developed instead, as it was shooting in Montana, a state with less strict regulations on vaccinations for a film set. The deal the Daily Wire made with Carano seems to have been a very bad one. Aside from her Western making almost no impact, the cost of starting up production on another movie, only for Carano to cancel because of vaccine requirements, was a complete waste of money, especially since the movie was never made at all. The juxtaposition of Terror on the Prairie and What is a Woman say a lot about this company, though. One was an attempt to make a mainstream feature, the other a pseudo-documentary for their conservative base. The first movie was a flop, the other was a success. It should have been a hint as to what path the Daily Wire should be focusing on. Instead, they would continue to try.
Yeah, but the documentary, if you want to call it that, is basically a Matt Walsh YouTube video, but 3 hours long. That's it. Yeah, they should have leaned into making YouTube videos that are more expensive to make, I guess, instead of trying to make like works of fiction.
Try walking down both. At the end of June, the Daily Wire hosted a massive presentation where they announced Daily Wire Plus, a rebranding of their subscription service, I suspect to sound like Disney Plus. The initiative included a new deal with PragerU and signing Jordan Peterson as a talent. This event, hosted at this large theater, was the Daily Wire at its peak. Its subscriber count had nearly doubled that year, and its revenue was following in suit. Immediately using...
I call cap on this too, by the way. I think I have no proof for this. I have no evidence for this. But given the downfall of the Daily Wire and how swift it was, I suspect that the first year subscription numbers were perhaps maybe a little massaged, maybe mass purchasing of subscriptions from a financier, for example. We will never know. I don't know the legality of such things, but I do personally believe in my heart of hearts, with no evidence for this whatsoever, with the exception of how fast their rise and fall was, that they may have perhaps massaged the numbers a little bit to make it seem like they were raking in the revenue, because there's no world where they are spending this much money, okay? They're wasting this much money making shitty ass movies that no one is watching. They're not actually generating revenue. They're not in the green. They claim to be, but they're not. They're only in the green because of the subscription numbers. And all the while, like their entire output has dramatically reduced.
All that money to expand seemed like a great idea, but they vastly overestimated their ability to grow. After Terror on the Prairie, we wouldn't get another original movie from the Daily Wire for 1.5 years. And so far, it's the only one we've gotten since then, and that's the movie Lady Ballers. This anti-trans movie is the most cynical admission of what the Daily Wire's entertainment division would devolve into, playing to a conservative audience as the Daily Wire staff act out their Hollywood.
You're being a hypocrite. Everybody knows 80% of your subscribers are financed by clutter. This is true. I would not have a career if it wasn't for the beautiful nation of Qatar. Okay? Let's be real. Everybody knows my biggest funders are the state of Qatar.
Ambitions. The animated series Mr. Bertram is more of the same.
This was
While
also
earlier
a massive
efforts were
failure.
mostly forgettable, these newer ones are outright embarrassing. It's a clear example of amateurs producing long, boring comedies about sad men giving off intense divorced guy energy. That being said,
burning her a gift. Thank you. Coming in straight from the wonderful state of Qatar.
Though, in the case of Lady Ballers, Jeremy Boring would describe it as the second most watched piece of content on Daily Wire Plus. As miserable as that movie may be, much like What is a Woman, it reflects what this particular audience wants. And it's very different from that attempt to reach the mainstream that were initially part of the Daily Wire's entertainment initiative.
I never would make a movie for political purposes. I feel like movies have been political for generations, but I feel like when things get overtly political or agenda pushing, I tend to believe that it hurts the artwork.
Had this been the Daily Wire's game plan from the get-go, I think things would have gone very differently. But as it stands, they spent a lot of money to get
like
where
Batman or
everyone
Halo. Thank you for
imagined
the
they were
7
going to
gifted.
go in the first place. But while these movies and TV shows could be considered a modest failure, there was one major entertainment initiative that was a far bigger failure for the Daily Wire, and that's its kids' entertainment strategy. This was announced back in March of 2022 as the Daily Wire bravely declared it would invest $100 million over the course of 3 years to create kids' programming. Much like their earlier entertainment initiative, this was also marketed as entertainment that didn't include leftist messages that were attempting to brainwash.
This, I swear to God, I invented this. Early heads of the show, early fans of the show know. I used to have a bit where I would make fun of like conservatives being like, these children's stories are too woke. Sharing is caring. That's communism. And they unironically did that. Like they literally did that. It's like, be kind to your neighbor. How about you fear your neighbor? Okay. What do you mean be kind to your neighbor? It's stranger danger all the way, baby, especially if they look Mexican.
People.
To succeed in our effort to create a true news and entertainment alternative for the millions of Americans who are tired of the hegemony of the woke giants that want to preach radical race and gender theory to our kids, we're not here to teach the kids in the guise of entertainment. This is entertainment with a capital E. Rob Schneider is a true entertainer.
After this announcement, it would be a year and a half, October of 2023, before we saw this kid streaming service, Bent Key, come to fruition. There was a minor bit of controversy when the streaming service's flagship series, Chip-Chilla, was accused of being a Bluey ripoff.
New TV series Chip-Chilla is being dubbed a bootleg Bluey.
There were also fears that these shows would contain conservative brainwashing that were largely overblown, as most of these programs were bland, generic kids' entertainment. After the launch of Bent Key, no one really paid much attention to its lineup of original titles and licensed kid shows. I kept an eye on it myself to see if its metrics ever changed, and the few I could spot weren't particularly encouraging. When it first dropped, there were a flurry of downloads for the Bent Key app, and these were almost certainly largely members of the Daily Wire audience with kids or those who simply wanted to support the platform. While the Daily Wire wouldn't release how many people had subscribed to it, we could at least check the Google Play Store, which had the slightly vague metric of 50,000 plus downloads listed on the app's page. The Apple Store likely had similar numbers, as the app had similar reviews on both storefronts. It would be over a year before that number went from 50,000 plus downloads to 100,000 plus downloads. In all likelihood, there are probably less than 400,000 downloads for this service, and we have no idea how many of those free downloads led to someone actually purchasing a $100 annual subscription. Even if every single person who downloaded the Bent Key app purchased a $100 subscription, that still wouldn't even reach half of the $100 million that was pledged for the service. But the real kicker here is that these numbers and estimates I'm giving are way too generous. Because while it's true it does cost $100 for new subscribers who are getting Bent Key for the first time, if someone is an existing Daily Wire Plus subscriber, they got Bent Key for free. With Bent Key's download numbers dwarfing the subscriber count of Daily Wire Plus, we could only really guess at how many Daily Wire Plus subscribers got Bent Key, but I imagine since they were the first ones to hear about it and most of the downloads for this service seem to come in its first month, most people who are using this service aren't paying for it. I doubt there's any way this massive investment made any sort of profit. In fact, it almost certainly cost the company millions, if not tens of millions of dollars. The irony here is that as a streaming service offering entertainment, Bent Key shows a lot of lessons learned. One of the biggest problems with the Daily Wire Plus, presenting itself as some kind of hub for entertainment, is that it only has a few movies. The overwhelming majority of the stuff on there are conservative documentaries or video versions of their podcasts. In short, it's for people who want conservative news commentary. Sticking a couple of movies on there isn't going to make someone think they should get that instead of Netflix unless they want that conservative news commentary. No one signs up to Netflix to watch one movie a year. That part only happens when you forget about your Netflix subscription and it auto-renews because you keep forgetting that you have it. Bent Key actually made an attempt to provide volume, with a decent number of titles at launch. Of course, it was hurt by the fact that no one really knew what most of these titles were, and with services like Disney Plus actually having shows and movies parents have heard of, there's no reason to take a chance on a streaming service with shows that have no cultural footprint in your primary market of the United States. The one high-profile show they did eventually add to the Bent Key service was the original G.I. Joe cartoon, which is something people have at least heard of, although it seems like it's more for dads looking to relive their childhood than something a kid would be into. One move that might have helped salvage Bent Key was when they announced their own version of Snow White.
Yeah.
It was a bit baffling a move because it was done entirely despite Disney, which is part of how they got in the whole Bent Key debacle to begin with. But by attaching a conservative personality like Brett Cooper to it, they could maybe tap into that same resentment that made a movie like Lady Ballers a hit. but it seems like that movie might never happen for several reasons. The first one being that in
This is the worst part about the Daily Wire's fall from grace and turning into the Faily Wire is that we'll never see our queen as Snow White. Yes. Brett Cooper, also known as Fem Shabibo, left the Faily Wire.
In late March, it was reported that the Daily Wire laid off a number of its staffers, specifically in its kids' entertainment department.
I guess they could do reshoots with Ben in a dress, if we're being real, considering there's not much daylight between the two, in terms of looks especially. So I don't know why they didn't just keep going with Ben in drag, but...
Nicole, who left the Babylon Bee to help develop programming for the Daily Wire, confirmed that everyone who created original programming for Bentkey got laid off. The Snow White movie had another big problem as well, as its star, Brett Cooper, had left the company a few months earlier, and we have no idea how far into production that movie got before her departure. More on that later, because I should also mention the other big entertainment investment the Daily Wire made, the Pendragon cycle. The rights to produce a series based on the Pendragon cycle books was announced in 2022, alongside a new plan to adapt Atlas Shrugged. The Ayn Rand adaptation hasn't been mentioned since, but we have seen Jeremy Boring go hands-on to direct the Pendragon cycle series. The various production diaries that have been posted online reveal a very expensive production. There is a big crew, stunts, special effects, and all the requirements that make TV productions of fantasy shows so expensive. This series is a very big bet. It was originally scheduled to come out in late 2023, though that release date has been pushed back, and as of early 2025, there's still no sign of the series. Similar to Bentkey, the Pendragon cycle appears as though it's a passion project for Jeremy Boring, something he personally championed and invested enormous resources into. Boring's departure from the company...
Oh, it's so awesome. It's so awesome that these failed artists never gave up. Listen, I will say fair is fair. Okay? Because sometimes a failed artist can't get into art school and then, Nazi Germany. At least these guys are failed artists who just kept trying to make art. You know what I mean? And they might be Nazis in their politics, but at least they didn't redevelop the Fourth Reich. They support the Fourth Reich, but they didn't, play a personal role in the development of the Fourth Reich. Just saying. Partially because they're still trying to make art. They're too busy trying to relive what glory they perceive as lost from them or stolen from them by woke.
Company, I suspect, has something to do with all these massive investments and their limited or non-existent returns. The Pendragon cycle in particular looks to be a massive money sink. The show would need to be a breakout hit for it to be in any way profitable for the Daily Wire, and I suspect that simply isn't going to happen. Also, it shows us the Daily Wire hasn't fully learned the lessons it needed to from Ladyballers. Its audience doesn't want mainstream entertainment. They want conservative coded movies that speak to their biases. In essence, they want a right-wing version of what they imagine Hollywood to be. It's not that they hate political messaging in entertainment, they just want it to be their political messaging. One of the big assumptions made by Jeremy Boring in this whole entertainment initiative was that there was a massive audience waiting for productions he considered politically neutral.
Go ahead, Disney, make $25 billion worth of content inculcating radical gender and race theory in children who are 6 years old.
Yeah, that's the problem. They're too angry. They're too angry to make art. That's it. They are entirely too angry to make art. It's the same principle behind all these right-wing dipshits that spend all of their time criticizing the video games that do come out. And when you ask them, where's your video game, Grums, they have nothing to show for it. So many people basically in the gaming sphere have completely dropped any sort of interest in playing video games whatsoever. They just care about the drama of shitting on developers that they perceive as being too gay or woke.
I don't have that money to spend on marketing. I'm glad you do. I know that 50% of everyone who encounters that content is going to want to come over to dailywire.com and subscribe here instead.
What Boring fails to understand is that, while a large percentage of Americans vote Republican, they aren't all clamoring for a platform like his to start presenting movies and TV shows. If someone really wants politically neutral entertainment, why would you go to a partisan political platform? The only thing that might have made them have a chance is if they had a large selection of quality entertainment that people have actually heard of. But less than a dozen movies and a weak animated series after 4 years isn't nearly enough to win over a mainstream audience. This is especially true for Benki, which failed spectacularly and was so obviously a bad move. There were signs of a better strategy, where they actually licensed programs and produced several originals to come out at the same time, but the $100 price point for a service with no recognizable shows in a landscape filled with competitors offering better deals with more programming wasn't realistic. And to have invested so much money, reaching roughly $30 million in its first year, is just a spectacular waste. If that massive audience waiting for conservative branded TV and movies exists, it certainly didn't show up for the Daily Wire. Investing into money pits like entertainment weren't the only mistakes made by the Daily Wire. Their terrible management of high-profile personalities was also another mistake. There was a minor blow-up in early 2023 when Steven Crowder went public with a contract he considered unfair that the Daily Wire offered him. This
double oof. Oh my God, this was such a glorious day. God, all my enemies died, and from the ashes of their blossoming media careers came a cockroach that can withstand the nuclear holocaust. Asmongold is pretty crazy. Like, he basically sucked up most of these guys' audiences. It is wild to think about.
More or less blew over when footage of Crowder being verbally abusive to his pregnant wife before they eventually divorced surfaced. There were a few
slave contract, $50 million slave contract. Not just withstand, but thrive. A roach rose from the ashes like the phoenix of filth. Yeah. Look, everyone's time will come, okay? And I'm not just saying that for hopium or copium or whatever. It's just when you don't have real moral conviction and the only thing you care about is just engaging in reactionary slop propaganda is only going to take you so far. There will come a day when the political tide will change. There will come a day where you fly too close to the sun and you won't be able to withstand the negativity that is associated with such things. And the reason why I say that is because I fly too close to the sun all the time. I live in this space filled to the brim with death threats and doxings and swattings and all this shit. But the reason why it doesn't bother me as much, and the reason why I can still continue, is because I believe in the things that I'm saying. If you don't believe in the things that you're saying, there will inevitably come a day where the things you're saying will no longer be considered fashionable. Like, this is what I mean. Look, there has never been a moment where Asmongold has not surpassed me in viewership. Asmongold has always been one of the largest content creators on this platform. If you noticed, I didn't really give a shit about that at all. As a matter of fact, I've said this. I've said that he is a much larger content creator than me. Right now, however, he's reaching those levels of prominence from conservative commentary. That's why I typed it, because you don't care. Okay, well, it seems like you care more than I do, right? If Asmongold got 100K viewers playing video games, great. I don't give a shit. It's awesome. Asmongold getting that level of prominence doing conservative political commentary, however, spells trouble for political discourse and its future in this country. That's it. Because it means that people are looking for even dumber and dumber reactionary slop rather than at least like ideologically minded propaganda that used to come from the likes of Steven Crowder and Ben Shapiro, who would at the very least entertain the conservative think tank talking points that came directly from the American Enterprise Institute or the Heritage Foundation or the Manhattan Institute. That's it. But considering that his viewers are people who fancy themselves to be apolitical, those guys will change with the tides. They will change their political perspective with the tides. and the Trump train will inevitably run out of gas or coal, if you want to extend the analogy. Why do right-wing folk always think the jealousy thing? Same thing when we criticize billionaires, et cetera, is purely projection. I think it's because their worldview relies on having enemies. Their worldview relies on having ideological enemies, because you can't really build a vision for a future society as a reactionary if there's nothing to react to. Because if you were to be honest about a conservative future and were to design it, if you were to design a conservative future, most other conservatives that are in the margins would go, oh, I don't know if I want to live in that. That seems kind of shitty. Because when expanded to its logical conclusion, a conservative vision of society, a reactionary vision of society, is basically just Israel or Nazi Germany. And most people, understandably, don't want to live in Israel or Nazi Germany. Even conservatives who think that they are in this battle fighting against like progressives or people that have gone too woke, they only join the ranks of conservatives because they think liberals have gotten too out of hand, progressives have gotten too out of hand. They have negatively polarized themselves towards the Democratic Party because they think the Democratic Party is the vision for a leftist future. This is why conservative movements are destined to fail unless there is genuine ideological conviction that's grounding them. And I don't think there is. I mean, I'm sure there's like some real ass Nazis in there in those groups, but for the most part, I think it's an ideology destined for failure.
Elements of this feud between Steven Crowder and the Daily Wire I want to highlight, particularly a phone call you recorded.
What is this? Ollie ever Jacoby Unleashed. Maybe you should have shown some more Houthi music videos. The tide would change faster. What? Chatter, what's interesting about this is you're in here mentioning him. You're the one who mentioned him. And you're not him. Like, I'm a content creator. You're a chatter. You're a chatter fighting his battles in this chat. Who do you think is more pathetic in this regard? And the person that you're defending is Asmongold. Under normal circumstances, if you were to show his content or commentary to like average people in your life, I think they would probably think less of you. I'll be honest. Like, imagine showing, let's say you go to school. You probably don't. I assume you're a NEET. But let's say you were going to school and you were like, hey, you want to see my favorite content creator? And there's a dude with roaches crawling over him who says insane shit with regular frequency. I feel like most people would think less of you in the real world. That's it. So I find it particularly funny when Asmongold fans will also then come in here to be like, you don't know the things you talk about. Brother, your favorite political commentator is Asmongold. Like, what do you mean? You're not in here for knowledge. You're not invested in the realm of politics for developing a vision of society that you think is going to be one where everybody thrives. The fuck do you mean? Asmongold is successful because he even knows less than Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is biased. He is a propagandist. He lies with regular frequency for a political vision, but at least he has one. Asmon doesn't even have that. At least he, went to college and went to law school and knows how to write, even though his output is disgusting. You are not even embarrassed to come into an actual political commentary stream to say that your favorite content creator that you want to defend is Asmongold. That's an automatic disqualifier. Coming in here and saying like, oh, dude, I get my notes from slop tubers is hilarious. You've already given the game away. You get your nose from a guy who doesn't even believe half the shit that he's saying because he knows that dumb like you will go, oh yeah, he's based. And then you try to, as soon as the reality sets in, you turn around and say, we're all cogs in a machine. You think we're making a difference. Like you're not being thoughtful when you say this, okay? No one thinks you're brilliant for making this statement. We know that political action takes time, okay? We know that political action takes time. It requires a tremendous undertaking, okay? It takes decades. That unfortunate reality is what causes people to actually develop nihilistic tendencies and to only cover politics from the framework of drama, only be interested in politics from the framework of drama, you know? A back and forth between a content creator that you've identified as an ideological enemy versus a content creator that you've identified as one on your side, you know? That's it. I appreciate that coming from a slob tuber who claims to do journalism. That's funny, little bro. Brother, once again, the reason why you feel this way, the reason why you feel the way that you do is because of the communities that you occupy online. You think that these communities actually are worth a damn in the real world, but they're not. That's it. There is a reason why you will consistently be confused over and over again for years to come about how why don't all these other mainstream media outlets actually recognize this person for the fraud that he actually is? Why is it that like journalists and academics keep coming onto this dude's broadcast? This makes no sense. Don't they all see the YouTube videos that I watch? Perhaps, one, that perspective online in the slob tuber commentary sphere is not convincing to actual adults who are knowledgeable on the issues that I speak on. Or perhaps it's not enough to develop a comprehensive perspective of a person's worldview or commentary on any subject matter when the only introduction you have to said subject matter is a negatively framed 17-second clip. Once you identify this contradiction and internalize it, you will be able to expand your consciousness. Okay? I don't claim to be a journalist. I do, however, sometimes engage in journalism. Okay? I'm a political commentator. I'm a Twitch streamer. But there is a reason why at least respected journalists do consider this community and what I do to be worthwhile. Once you identify what that reason is, you will perhaps open up your mind to new concepts that you never thought was previously possible to understand.
Recorded with Jeremy Boring about a contract he was offered. It gave us some insight into the Daily Wire's hiring policies.
Bench talent, young talent, they don't get deals like this.
So they don't get deals that...
They can be wage slaves for a little bit, come over and make a salary and grow their brand.
This is an important bit of information that gives us a sense of how the Daily Wire treats its talent, particularly its new talent, paying them slave wages while their online identity is being built, and then possibly offering them a bigger contract down the line. Steven Crowder's initial offer had a staggering dollar figure of $50 million over 4 years, a fact Crowder didn't share at the time. Far more damaging for the Daily Wire than the Steven Crowder controversy was the departure of Candace Owens. She had joined the platform in 2021 and starred in the program called Candace. In March of 2024, Candace Owens' departure was announced by Jeremy Boring on Twitter. The reason for her departure was never made entirely clear, though many assumed it was her butting heads publicly with Ben Shapiro, particularly over the ongoing genocide in Gaza. This explanation, while logical, has a few confounding facts. Candace Owens' support for the Palestinian people doesn't seem entirely genuine. In fact, in 2019, she tweeted that...
Yep. In her defense, supporting terrorists in the Middle East seems to me like to be the next logical step for a party that defends MS-13, demands open borders, and hates Jewish people and babies. Separately, how funny if Trump just deported her. That's Candace Owens on May 6, 2019. Jose, once again, coming in hot. with the I assume now deleted Candace Owens tweets.
Congressional Representative Ilhan Omar should be deported for criticizing the ongoing violence in Gaza. While it might be tempting to say her turn on Israel was a result of the state's actions after October 7th in 2023, it appears her pivot started almost a year prior when she retweeted an anti-Zionist statement from Max Blumenthal, leading to a public confrontation with Ben Shapiro. I'm not sure why or how Candace Owens turned in her Zionist card in these intervening years, but she seems very aware that making comments like the ones she made in November of 2022 would annoy her boss. Owens would continue to make comments like,
I think Candace Owens knows that the pro-Palestinian route is not necessarily enough to launch her career into the next level, but the anti-Semitic route certainly is. The pro-Palestinian route offers him intellectual honesty in the eyes of onlookers that are not familiar with her entire commentary, right? They look at her and they hear, oh, well, she's brave. She's bravely speaking out against something that mainstream media refuses to speak to. But that's simply just a cover for her. It's a cover for her to actually do the things that do make her popular, which is to say anti-Semitic things. And yes, I am saying it. Anti-Semitism is an opportunity for a career nowadays. It didn't used to be, because there was a fucking stranglehold, understandably, on anti-Semitic rhetoric. Well, whenever someone was being anti-Semitic, they would get clapped, they would get banned, okay? Understandably, because anti-Semitism before October 7 either was used as a weapon against those who dare criticize Israel still, but also anti-Semitism before October 7 was seen as like the primary marker of fascist sentiment. I think it still is the primary marker of growing fascism in this country. But unfortunately, fascism has become infinitely more normalized in the commentary sphere. Why would she take the anti-Semitic route? I honestly don't understand why she would do that, because she's an independent careerist. And as someone who wants to develop an audience, in the independent sphere, you might have noticed there are very few content creators on the right-wing side that aren't anti-Semitic, that are still popular. Tim Pool is another great example of this. Tim Pool did not go the anti-Semitism route, but it went the kind of pro-Israel route. And look at his numbers now. Virtually the entirety of the right-wing audiences want someone to, at the very, either A, attack people like myself without actually showing their full perspective on the matter, Asmongold, okay, or even go so far as to, say heinous shit about Muslims all the goddamn time, or they want people to come across like they are straightforwardly anti-Semitic and anti-Israel. It's very difficult to be right now. It's very difficult, I think, in the right-wing commentary sphere to be a pro-Israel content creator, especially for younger audiences. They've completely dropped it. Right-wing audiences have most audiences under a certain age demographic have completely dropped support for Israel. It's over. I don't pay attention to the numbers. Did Tim Pool fall off? Yes. Anyway.
Like these until eventually she left the company.
Literally the only thing I type about is how identical Asmongold chat and Hassan chats are, and how identical Asmongold and Hassan Abi are streamers who cater to the hive mind chat. Ironic because you're in here, but if you were to actually show a point of contention to Asmongold in a similar vein, he probably wouldn't pull you up. He would probably ban you. So if you're right-wing and don't support Israel, you're anti-Semitic and a fascist? No. Candace Owens is. I wouldn't say every single right-wing person is. There are plenty of right-wing people that don't hate Israel because it's the Jewish nation state. They hate Israel because they see the dead babies and they think that's really f***ed up. Or they see the dead babies, they think it's really f***ed up, and it's additionally f***ed up because it's being paid for with our tax dollars, and they can't stand the arrogance of Benjamin Netanyahu and other pro-Israel accounts or pro-Israeli politicians that come out and actually undermine American civil liberties at the behest of Israel and its objectives, its policy objectives. There are absolutely right-wingers that are agnostic in terms of their analysis of Jews or whatever, but simultaneously don't like what Israel is doing. It's totally understandable, dude. What do you mean? There's only so much death and destruction that the average person can look at and go, yeah, this is fine. This is totally acceptable. This is great.
There are rumors floating about saying that she wanted to get out of her contract or that some sort of gag order was placed on her, but it's been difficult to confirm any of that. And it's quite likely that Candace Owens is happy to play into controversy that raises her profile. What is undeniable is that Owens' departure is a huge...
Go look at it. Asmongold's chat never stops talking about Hassan. Hassan's never stopped talking about Asmongold. Asmongold's chat never stops talking about me because they have no other way of understanding politics. They have to see it from the framework of drama. My chat talks about Asmongold every now and then because he says some insane shit as a prominent right-wing content creator. That's it. Also, most of, like, he has Hassan emotes in his chat. I don't have Asmongold emotes unless you think the Roach emote is an Asmongold emote, in which case, you know, that's just a universal one. Like, you're talking about a group of people whose political understanding is like whether or not there's like a black woman lead in a video game. That's not real politics at all. Of course, they're going to constantly talk about me. I am the #1 beacon for people who don't. I'm the #1 beacon for people who don't actually have any like real worldview or moral convictions, but simply hate everything that they consider to be woke and DEI.
Huge loss for the Daily Wire, as she has gone on to have massive success since leaving. She is getting millions of views on her YouTube channel, which mixes celebrity news and absurd conspiracy theories. Another talent the Daily Wire lost was Brett Cooper. While Owens was a known commodity before signing with the Daily Wire, Cooper was more or less plucked from obscurity. Some producers at the Daily Wire created the format for her show, and then she was...
Yeah, I had the international media talking about me too, but that's not the first time that Asmongold's been talking about me, and that's not the first time that they used my face as an emote in their community chatter. It's been going on for quite a while. For someone like, listen, dude, look, it's this simple. Are you ready for this? For someone like Asmongold, who presents himself as apolitical or nuanced or a centrist while also doing right-wing commentary, he can't just come out and repeat American Enterprise Institute talking points because that's boring. And most of his audience is not invested in that. That's why they analyze Trump from the perspective of content. They're like, oh, he's the content president. He's doing so much content. If you do not have a larger scope of understanding, a framework of understanding that like Trump's actions are probably going to impact you in a harmful way, then you look at it because you feel from your position of privilege, which is not even correct. You're not even privileged in that regard usually, but you feel like these are policy positions that you're sheltered from, and it's simply actually destroying your ideological enemies, the wokes of the world, the DEIs and shit. And that's precisely the reason why you angle your commentary from the framework of constantly being at contest with someone who does care about about being an opposing figure, an ideological enemy to the Trump administration. That's it. That's it. That's all it is.
Hired to fill that role. Shortly after, she became very popular at the Daily Wire, with her show, The Comments Section, being one of the most viewed at the company. Cooper had become so ingrained into the Daily Wire that she was set to appear in the Snow White movie and the Pendragon cycle, only the latter of which actually wrapped filming, so we know she'll at least still be appearing in that, assuming it ever gets released. Brett Cooper announced she was leaving the Daily Wire in December of 2024. Much like Candace Owens' departure, Cooper has largely remained tight-lipped about why she left, although she did offer a diplomatic farewell.
Today, December 10th, will be my last day hosting the comment section and working for the Daily Wire. It is not true that I am being forced out. It was my own choice to leave. And believe me, this is bittersweet.
The comments section has gone on without Brett Cooper, with her producer Reagan Conrad taking on hosting duties. I can only assume the Daily Wire believed that since they created the format, they could swap hosts and move on like normal. Only this isn't like replacing Johnny Carson with Jay Leno on The Tonight Show, because it's easier to click on a new video than find a different TV show to watch at 11:30 on a weekday evening. The response to Conrad has been very hostile, with lots of nasty comments and a huge drop-off in views. And undoubtedly, the comments section is a shell of what it once was. This cynical host swap is very much what you'd see on Fox News or some other traditional media outlet, completely misunderstanding the digital space and the importance of personalities. What's funny about Brett Cooper's goodbye is she expresses this vague desire for new challenges and new endeavors.
I am ready to take on a new direction, both personally and professionally. This means new challenges and new endeavors, which I will share with you soon.
Apparently, this means starting a YouTube channel where she is doing more or less the exact same show. but probably keeping more of the money. Much like Candace Owens, Brett Cooper started her own independent show and is racking up some very impressive numbers, mostly talking about celebrity culture with an embedded right-wing framing. The Daily Wire must look at these numbers and regret their mistake in letting Cooper go. Whatever she might have been asking for, they probably should have paid it. I can't help but think about the contract the Daily Wire offered Steven Crowder, and I wonder if Candace Owens and Brett Cooper noticed it too. Were they not being offered the big $50 million deals? Or did they simply grow frustrated working to build up a company neither of them need? Or perhaps they believed they deserved ownership of the show that is built around their talent. All we can really do is speculate, but the important...
They lost two of their major talents, and the last remaining major talent is Matt Walsh. And Matt Walsh is in a unique predicament as well. I think a big part... Number one, they try to do blue chip, big ticket, big budget Hollywood productions. That's a costly endeavor. You don't have the audience for it. You're not going to be able to get into it because you don't have the talent for it. That ate away at the healthy runway that they had created for themselves, which I speculate they got from big donors by way of subscription revenue, right? Then they lost Brett Cooper, who was a genuine talent, a rising talent, even though she was astroturfed into that position of prominence. It doesn't matter. She legitimately became a talent on her own. Same with Candace Owens. And the last one that they have that remains is Matt Walsh. It's kind of interesting because, like, at least Candace Owens and, like, Brett Cooper, they do have a decent way of understanding the world of commentary and, like, slamming their political perspectives into culture issues that people care about, leaning heavily on the algorithm. Whereas Matt Walsh makes his money... When Matt Walsh basically makes his money entirely from being a hateful little bigot, like a hateful little monster, right? If Brett is AstroTurf, you're AstroTurf. I don't think you can compare the amount of money spent on Brett Cooper to develop her as a talent at the Daily Wire to the, I mean, no money that was spent on me at TYT. Like, I became a notable figure in political commentary after I left the Young Turks, not before. Whereas her content was basically created partially because they looked deeply into the type of content that I was making, the type of content that was successful in the realm of political commentary, and basically build a set for her to make it seem like she was talking out of her bedroom.
Part for the Daily Wire is that two of their major talents leaving meant a big drop in viewing numbers, and quite likely a loss in ad revenue and memberships. Although not as high profile, another failure at the Daily Wire was its publishing line. Launched in
You guys are the ones that AstroTurf me, I guess. I'm grassroots in the most honest sense because my primary source of revenue is you. Watchers who subscribe, who don't even need to, but simply choose to subscribe or gift subs. That's the only form of revenue. I don't run any ads. I don't even farm revenue off of my VODs. I let people literally make money on their own if they want to, off of my VODs that they will re-upload onto YouTube. I say no to advertising all the time. Part of my commentary already limits the amount of ads that I can get, okay? Like, that's it. I'm in bed with Big Chatter, exactly. And Qatar, of course. The glorious nation of Qatar and the Emir of Qatar. What? Please explain what's a genocide and how is Israel doing it? Yeah, here, there you go. How do I respond? Watch this video. Is Israel doing a genocide? It'll be like I'm responding to you directly, Chatter.
2021, it featured books by Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, and other figures on the right. Although most of its books you probably wouldn't recognize, you might at least be familiar with the Johnny the Walrus children's book that Matt Walsh published, one of the few successes for the line. It eventually closed up in August of 2024. Alyssa Cordova, who was leading the imprint, spoke to Semaphore and said, Daily Wire was actually quite successful with the books we did publish by industry standards, but traditional book publishing is high effort and low margin and doesn't make sense for the pace of our business right now. The article goes on to highlight comparative sales between traditional publishers and conservative upstart publishers, showing how most of the titles offered by conservative publishers in the last few years have struggled to find the same level of success as books by conservative authors coming from traditional publishers. Cordova was reportedly part of the layoffs that hit the Daily Wire in March, though she would later clarify that she voluntarily resigned. This small failure represents one thing that I think is actually kind of neat about the Daily Wire, and that's its tendency to try out weird and different things. What other media company lets its hosts sell board games they make, advertise novelty cigar brands, start a random sports channel, sell weirdo plushies or candles that smell like a monastery? But the reason most companies don't do this is because it's obviously a huge waste of money, because it's hard to find an audience that wants to buy and watch all of this. When researching the Daily Wire, one of the few sources of actual numbers for their inner workings usually comes from Axios, specifically from articles by Sarah Fisher. Unlike a lot of other sources that speculate based on announcements from press releases, Fisher seems to have an in with Jeremy Boring. In fact, Jeremy Boring stepping down from the Daily Wire was an exclusive.
Yeah, which means that I would question the authenticity or the legitimacy of the information being presented
for her. This isn't that unusual. Fisher is a journalist who specializes in media analysis, so naturally she'd be dealing with a lot of these stories. But something interesting in the last few articles where Jeremy Boring was quoted reveals some interesting hints about the inner workings at the Daily Wire. In May of 2024, there was an article highlighting the success the Daily Wire has had with its commerce vertical, making $22 million in 2023. The article goes out of its way to highlight how Jeremy's Razors, a line of shaving products with Boring as their face, has earned the company $19 million of that $22 million total. That number is revenue though, so it doesn't really tell us how profitable any of this is. And for those keeping track at home, that means roughly $3 million was earned in revenue from all those hoodies, t-shirts, and embarrassing fan merch that I mentioned a little earlier.
That's okay. That sounds like a very high number for, a chatter, but I will explain to you, I will tell you something. Okay, one, that is minuscule for an entire media company that's also producing stuff on the side, like producing commerce on the side. It is pathetic, okay? Especially when you consider what their profit margins might look like. It's impossible for them to be turning profit here. It's virtually impossible. Their overhead is so much more costly, okay? If that's their revenue numbers, their overhead is probably so much more costly. And the other thing I will mention is this. From what I understand, and I don't know if this is like actually correct or not, I keep hearing this number over and over again because Liver King is back with this Netflix documentary on him. And apparently he was able to generate $100 million of revenue with all of the shit that he was selling. Does that mean he made $100 million pure cash? No, of course not. But that's one guy, and even if his profit margins were like 2% or 3%, he's still, that's $100 million in net revenue, chat. That's just net. That is just the total amount of revenue generated. I suspect that his profit margin was slim, which is a good amount of money for like a much smaller operation. Okay? Or not net, it's gross. Sorry. I can't believe I said net revenue. It's gross. It's gross revenue. Yes, I meant it's gross revenue. Thank you for correcting me. My point is, he was just a TikToker. He wasn't like an entire media operation. Like he had at max like 10 people that he was paying. And then also the additional, on the commerce side, I'm sure that's like a self-sustaining business to a certain degree. These guys, on the other hand, are definitely not raking in the dough with a much larger operation.
Speaking of those razors, I want to go on a little tangent here. I managed to find out where these razors are coming from. Originally, they were being manufactured in China, but in a recent commercial for Jeremy's Razors, there's this little line about how they've moved production.
We moved our manufacturing out of China.
According to TradeMo, a website that tracks international supply chains, Bentkey Ventures, the LLC that owns the Daily Wire, imported $1.84 million in products from a company called Dorco Co. Limited, which is a Korean company that specializes in manufacturing and selling razors. I went on the Dorco website to try and figure out which of their models was being resold by the Daily Wire, and I'm pretty sure that this handle comes from the TRA 4000 or TRD 5000 models. But what's more important than that is the Dorco razor blades are readily available from other retailers, and usually for a lot less. An 8-pack refill of razor...
That's so awesome. Yeah. The markup is because not woke. That's what it is.
...blades from Jeremy's Razors costs you $22, while if you were to order those same blades from Amazon, a 16 refill cartridge set will cost you $27. Or if you want a handle on each of those cartridges, you can get a pack of 9 for $21. Or if it's very important for you to support the Daily Wire, I guess you can spend way more money buying those 8-pack refills. The article itself is not that strange, but considering that Boring was the one interviewed for it, it does seem a bit odd that it's highlighting the success that happened to have his face on them, as it's very important for him to be seen as contributing to the financial success of the Daily Wire. This lines up with a lot of Boring's attempt to be the public face of the company, fashioning himself as the God King, starring in expensive commercials for his razors, and he even dropped a single at one point. Jeremy Boring clearly wants people to know who he is and to think that he's doing a great job. On the other hand, if you look at Caleb Robinson, the other Daily Wire CEO, he's almost invisible. He isn't starring in commercials, appearing on public town halls, and he definitely isn't dropping any music on the Daily Wire channel. He seems more content to simply manage the operations of the company without becoming a personality himself. In December of 2024, there was another Axios article about the Daily Wire seeking investment.
Again by Sarah Fisher. Oh.
In their company, with Boring commenting on Fox News possibly wanting to buy the Daily Wire to expand their podcast offerings. It was a bit strange as it came off a brief mention in a Semaphore article that mentioned that the Daily Wire was a possible option for Fox. But by commenting on that rumor, Boring was given the opportunity to mention that he believes the Daily Wire is worth more than $1 billion and that it had raised a round of capital in 2023 based on that estimate. That seems like a pretty big admission, as the Daily Wire had always prided itself as operating.
What's funny about this is also, look at this. I already did this the other day.
Well, folks, a big question.
Ben Shapiro is probably one of the largest, if not the largest, content creator on the Daily Wire roster. He's the most recognizable figure in the Daily Wire. Here it is, talking about something that is a popular issue, Diddy's downfall. 46,000 views. Ben Shapiro's takedown of the left's horrible border plan, 22,000 views. Okay? He very rarely ever breaks 100K. And when he does, he rarely ever breaks 200K. Ben Shapiro destroys Kanye's pro-Hitler song, 139,000 views. Like, I, on the other hand, I don't have Ben Shapiro's audience. I don't have 7 million subscribers. My coverage of Ben's coverage over the song got more views than Ben's coverage over the song. Matt Walsh is the only large, popular content creator that remains on the network. Okay? And only every now and then does he actually pop off, but his overall view counts are still relatively low as well. Now, Ben has 7 million subs. Matt Walsh has 3.2 million subs. Let's take a look at Brett Cooper. Brett Cooper, when she was doing her own show,
You all probably think that
was absolutely popping on Daily Wire. Brett Cooper went on her own, and look at her numbers now. Now, of course, she releases videos less frequently than Matt Walsh does. But look at her numbers. 500,000, almost 500,000, almost 500,000, more than 500,000. This got, from 2 weeks ago, 1 million views, 1.2 million views. It's all drama, it's all girly pop, but it's girly pop with a nefarious right-wing slant associated with it. And she's able to do that on her own, too. Let's look at Candace Owens now. Candace Owens. 4.2 million,
All right, you guys, the
4.2 million subscribers. Candace Owens, shocking, sinister group behind grocery items. 400,000, 400,000, 900,000, 1.6 million, 1.2 million with Ian Carroll from a month ago. These people are raking in. Oh, fuck. You okay? They're raking in the views. Now, what is here? And then last but not least, I'll show you the largest of the right-wing political commentators, Asmongold. Why are these people popping off? Is a question you might ask yourself. Asmongold from 11 hours ago, 500,000. This guy, 700,000. Someone blew up a fertility clinic, 500,000. I was right. 957,000. I don't know what that was about, but I guess it's about me. Ironic because everybody always says you always talk about Asmongold. Look at this. A new race war just started. 900,000 views. It was about the outfit. Wait, really? Yeah, Expedition from the same hour. Look, anti-woke slop, 500,000 views from 11 hours ago. Video game, defending a video game, 127,000 views from only 8 hours ago. This video has already passed. Fertility clinic bomber was a 25-year-old Redditor, 151,000 views. His gaming content doesn't do as well, especially if it's pro, a specific type of game that he actually enjoys. Doesn't do as well as his, slop adjacent right-wing political commentary. The point is, I mean, here, this is 2 hours long. I can't stop playing Expedition, 192,000 views, chatter. I played more Expedition, 254,000 views. So it's actually crazy. He legit killed his gaming career, alienated a lot of his older audience. I don't think so. I don't think he would have the audience that he has playing video games right now if he didn't do the political commentary. I think he's farming the reactionaries, and then some of them do stick around for when he plays video games. I think you're wrong. Who knows where he would be at right now playing video games? Yeah, he'd probably go from 30K. He probably would have like 30K at most. Yes, right-wing political commentary is very popular. Okay, very popular for a specific subsect of watchers, viewers that don't necessarily want to learn the talking points, viewers that don't necessarily care about learning the talking points, or even developing a better understanding of politics, but instead simply want to react to politics from the framework of from the perspective of a guy who also doesn't know too much. Okay. They just want confirmation bias. They don't want the nerdy shit that Ben Shapiro presents. And I think this tide started shifting with Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate is a lifestyle guy with his only introduction to like actual politics as a lifestyle guy, as a guru, basically like a dating coach, was when he was hitting the culture war buttons over and over again. I think in this modern era, people want less of the actual meat, the less of the actual substance, and they want more a guy who is mostly doing cultural critique from a right-wing perspective in a way that is digestible, that has a lot of right-wing opinions baked into it. Because that's what Candace Owens does now, as opposed to what Candace Owens used to do during her Daily Wire tenure. When Candace Owens was at the Daily Wire, I'm willing to bet that her political engagement was far more focused on delivering right-wing talking points, as opposed to now, she basically leans into the culture shit, the Diddy case, or conspiracy theories, mostly revolving around Jewish people and their tricks. That's usually what she does, because she's anti-Semitic. And for Brett Cooper, it's the same. She doesn't engage in the realm of conspiracy as much, but instead, Brett Cooper will cover, again, girly pop nation shit with a right-wing slant. This is what I think the audience wants. The audience wants someone to simply say, this is common sense and confirmation bias, and that's pretty much it. XQ saw Asma's success and tried to dip his toes in right-wing politics, and his Twitter community ripped him to shreds over it. Yeah, because XQC for years and years objectively was an open-minded person. That's the reason why his community immediately yelled at him. he was actually apolitical but empathetic. You know? They want to have something that feels casual to them but reaffirms their views. Exactly. This is a model becoming widespread across subcultures, and it's only going to grow, in my honest opinion. It's like a grift-drift phenomenon to secure the right's money. It's not even the right's money necessarily, but it's also the right's audience. Because there are a lot of people, especially younger audiences, that I think developed resentment to what they assumed was liberal politics, which was represented mostly by not allowing them to go to school and forcing them to wear a mask. And young kids developed a lot of resentment towards that and what they assume is like liberalism, a manifestation of like leftist politics or socialism, whatever. Americans don't really make differences between leftist politics and socialism and the Democratic Party. So that's why I think you see this weird convergence of like the annoying Gamergate, sweaty, unwashed losers who didn't actually ever grow up, and also much younger fan bases that despise women, are incels, only learned everything by being online. They developed their understanding of the world in very scary circumstances during COVID, when they were sheltered and didn't have the capacity to develop socially through interpersonal communication, and now this is what they require. For those young people, however, they can change. I'm not so certain about older people, like the NEETs that are 35 to 40 in Asmongold's community. I think they're firmly going to hold on to right-wing politics to a certain degree. But for the young people, I think they can change. I mean, their introduction to political discourse came from like the Aiden Ross and the Andrew Tates and now maybe the Asmongols of the world. But they will most likely grow up, hopefully. But I look at this stuff all the time to develop a better understanding of what people are responding to. And I think for a lot of people, the tide will change when they finally come to the recognition that Trump is actually not giving them the bounty that they thought they would get from the Trump administration, right? They're just not. They're not going to see that. Just like the older Gen Z developed their political opinions under the Trump administration as a reaction to the Trump administration. They were very woke. Millennials and older Gen Z developed their pre-COVID anti-Trump slant political perspectives against Donald Trump. This is why I say the younger Gen Z are, for the first time, experiencing what it looks like, truly what it looks like as they come into adolescence, what it looks like to exist under the Trump administration. They will inevitably realize that all of this like anti-trans panic and owning the libs is not actually changing their material conditions, is not actually creating a more positive future for themselves. And once that moment of realization comes, for them, they will have another option. They will seek out alternative forms of political commentary, and that's when they come here. And that's part of the reason why I've been able to maintain an audience, even through the ups and downs, regardless of who's in charge, because I offer an alternative vision for America, an alternative vision for the future that I truly believe in. That's why I maintain this optimism.
Independent of financial backing, there might be a clue as to how much money the Daily Wire was raising in 2023, as in October of that year, a filing with the SEC revealed that they were seeking $120 million. Of that $120 million, they had already raised $50 million, and the filing mentions that there are 2 investors so far, although it doesn't give us any names on who those people might be. I'm not sure if the Daily Wire got that additional $70 million or who they might have gotten it from, but it does reveal that they were certainly looking for a lot of money. If it's raising capital, it suggests that either the company was on the cusp of expanding or perhaps just really needed the money. Even this whole play of coyly saying that they would be open to being purchased by Fox is another admission that they need an infusion of capital, that either they're looking to expand or that money.
Who do you think are the investors? We know who they are. They're the Wilkes brothers, Ferris Wilkes, and the other one, it's the Koch brother that remains. These are the open funders of Daily Wire that gave the Daily Wire millions of dollars in its inception.
Might be tight. In January of 2025, Jeremy Boring hosted this really strange town hall where he declared victory over trans people after Donald Trump signed an executive order banning certain types of gender-affirming care for minors. Listening to Boring, this is apparently what the Daily Wire had been fighting for years now. This seems like a convenient premise so that Boring can air out a number of grievances. He throws out some wild numbers about how put upon the company has been for its anti-trans stance.
The total cost of the additional shadow banning and removing from recommendation engines and inability to retarget the audiences that we weren't able to engage with in the first place, and all the other consequences of our stand on the trans issue are well in excess of $100 million.
These numbers are impossible to confirm because these are projections heavily based in speculation. It reads,
"This is what I mean, by the way. Oh, okay, you banned trans people from athletic competitions. Did your life get any better? The answer to that question will never be yes. Go ask this question to your Zoomer friends or your right-wing friends, okay? The ones that fell down the right-wing radicalization rabbit hole. Are we winning? Are you winning? Did your life improve noticeably or dramatically? Do you feel like you have better job prospects? Do you feel like rent is easier to pay now?" And the answer is no. Of course it's no. This was a simple distraction, albeit a very harmful one to trans people, which comprise what, 1%, not even 1% of the entire American population. Constantly dunking on marginalized communities is only an effective tool of organizing until you actually win power. And then when you win power and all of your other promises of economic prosperity don't come to fruition, then people are going to go, okay, well, we dunked on trans people. I thought this was it. I thought this was it. What happened? What? You can say that about literally anything, Lol? What do you mean? The person that gets 5th place because a trans swimmer got 4th place is only now getting 4th place. That's not a victory. And that only happens maybe maximum like 10,000 times in a decade, okay? Do you think that you can build a coherent political movement off of the individual gripes of 10,000 people? A lot of rules that are important don't make my life any better. This is the signature achievement. This is the signature achievement or the signature accomplishment that is being hailed as a fantastic accomplishment from one of the largest political movements in the country, in political media. Don't you think that that would be, a groundbreaking accomplishment? It does not improve people's material standing. That's it. It does not improve your life in any meaningful way because the entire introduction of trans people in sports is simply a mechanism of distraction away from the real issues, like being able to make rent, okay? Having better job prospects, better pay, better wages, better benefits. These are the real things that people struggle with. But the more Republicans make you think about trans people in sports or whatever, the less you think about those other issues.
As an explanation as to why the Daily Wire is not earning as much money in January of 2025 as it did in January of 2024 or January of 2023, trying to emphasize that the only reason...
Dude, I'm gonna tell you right now, when you hear something like that and you say based, that doesn't, like, your life is still awful. You know that, right? Like, deporting 20 million migrants is not going to make you a more fuckable person, okay? Your crush is still never going to talk to you. You're still a pathetic loser, and your family most likely is embarrassed, and that's why they don't tell you when they're having family gatherings. You assuming that cruelty that others are going to be subjected to is going to somehow elevate your status in society is a lie, okay? Fix your own damn self instead of fantasizing about the state enforcing violent mechanisms against those who are more marginalized than you are. Yep. Dude, I'm going to tell you. Damn, I cooked on this, by the way. I don't even remember this, but time to hit it with a repost.
And this has happened is because Facebook limited their reach, or that YouTube has demonetized a channel or some videos. Not mentioning the very obvious problem of letting go popular hosts or investing heavily into entertainment divisions that have had very limited appeal. Boring gets to the point right here.
Taser face. The courage of our convictions to stand up when others were not standing up, that maybe that audience would have our back. And yes, that did redound to our benefit.
Bandit MD, thank you.
Not to the price of the hundreds of millions of dollars that we've been denied.
This is what this whole town hall was all about. So he could complain that while it's true they make money off of anti-trans media, it's really unfair that they're not making even more money off of that. The ironic thing is, if this topic were less controversial and simply a statement of fact, no one would be paying money to watch a documentary to say something everybody always believes in. The controversy is what made the money to begin with. Pretending like they should be earning more is a misunderstanding of what it means to take a stance on any issue that is contentious. Of course, there's going to be blowback, and if you're not willing to accept that, it doesn't sound like you understand the risks inherent with running a business like that. This whole town hall sounds like a man trying to explain why his company doesn't have any money. And he's trying to emphasize that it isn't because of his bad business decisions. Rather, it's because of all the enemies they've made for taking a moral stand. In this case, the moral stand of spreading anti-trans propaganda. It all just comes across as desperate. And the comments below this video are going after Jeremy Boring in a way that's pretty surprising. And it reveals how little faith even the Daily Wire audience has in this guy. About 2 months later, the Daily Wire laid off several staff members and Jeremy Boring resigned, really emphasizing how bad the company was doing financially. In spite of all of this bad news, Ben Shapiro is still insisting that the Daily Wire is in great shape.
As somebody who looks at the balance sheet, I can tell you that is certainly not the case. We are healthy, we are growing, we are thriving, and we have extremely big moves that we are looking forward to making this year.
What else is he going to say? That his company is in dire straits as executives step down and employees are laid off? Whatever morale there may be at Daily Wire needs to be kept up somehow. I'm not sure it's working though. I looked at the Glassdoor reviews for the Daily Wire in a previous video, and over time, its average score has only gotten worse. For the sake of the employees, I want to read this recent review to emphasize just how poor morale seems to be there. Pros: trauma bonding with your coworkers. Cons: the VP of Member Experience made employees participate in a 9/11 game of hangman during a mandatory meeting. Leadership and HR is completely corrupt. Bad leaders stay in power through blackmail on executives' talent, constantly outsourcing to the Philippines for cheaper labor. This company does not uphold any values that are spoken about on their shows. The only god here is money and power. Advice to management: turnover is high and continues to be high because of the leadership. At what point will you start looking at leadership for the turnover rate? This review came after Jeremy Boring's resignation, by the way. To anyone currently watching this video right now, I hope it doesn't come as a surprise to you that you're doing an unusual thing. My channel, for all its success, is about niche topics that appeal to a limited audience. Although I do fairly well, there are creators who do much better, and even among them, their audience reflects a small fraction compared to the mainstream. To expand beyond that audience would require someone to completely change the sort of videos they make. What the Daily Wire failed to realize is that they have the exact same problem. Their audience is definitely much bigger than mine. That is certainly the truth. Enough to give them money to mess around with and try to make those movies themselves, but ultimately they are still serving a niche. Conservatives who are so politically engaged that they regularly watch Ben Shapiro or Matt Walsh. There are enough people like that to keep a more modest conservative media company afloat, but certainly not enough to create a company that was hoping to one day rival Disney or some other major production company. They were grossly overestimating the power of their reach and how compelling their ideas are. And now it looks like they are in some trouble. That said, I don't really think the Daily Wire is destined for ruin. It's certainly at a low point, even if Ben Shapiro tries to say otherwise. But one major asset conservative media companies have is a nearly endless number of backers willing to open their wallets to keep things going. The only drawback might be that, since the Daily Wire is such a big operation, some investors might scoff at the high price tag to keep it running. That could be another reason why they got rid of so much staff. By ending its failed kids' entertainment experiment, they might be hoping to find new investors to give them a new influx of cash. I have no doubt they'll probably have some announcements later in the year that are meant to make their company look like it's actually doing fantastic. But until they actually release numbers to tell people otherwise, we could only really guess that they're spending money that they don't have or making investments that will never come to fruition. Regardless, I'll try to keep a close eye on the company just in case they do have a reversal of fortunes and suddenly are doing much better than they appear to be at this moment. I'll probably have that update when the company finally drops the Pendragon cycle, because I still think that thing might actually come out at some point. I don't think a company spending millions upon millions of dollars on its production are going to let it just sit on a shelf.
I think it's... Is that Florence Pugh, by the way?
If anyone...
Am I crazy? No, right? Okay. Am I wrong for thinking that... Am I wrong? She kind of looks like her. No, that's Florence Pugh. Okay, calm down.
If anyone from the Daily Wire is watching this and wants some advice about how they can turn their fortunes around so the company won't go broke, I would suggest you guys consider going woke. One thing I didn't really mention in this video because it's kind of hard to measure is that a portion of the Daily Wire's audience seems very unhappy with the commentary coming from some of its hosts, specifically Ben Shapiro and his unwavering support of Israel. While it would be nice to say these people simply hate genocide and are pushing back against Ben Shapiro as he gleefully cheers it on, a lot of it seems to be coming from a general anti-Israel sentiment that's based in anti-Semitism rather than any concern for the Palestinian people. As much as that might hurt the Daily Wire, I think its massive investments not offering anywhere near the returns they need them to are probably much more damaging to their bottom line. This video also has a little more speculation than I'm typically comfortable with, but as someone who has been watching this company for years now, as it's simply lit money on fire to create things no one wants, I would point to my earlier videos, specifically the one on Bentkey, where I said that this whole endeavor looks like it's going to lose them a ton of money and is destined for failure. And I'm curious to how this is going to turn out, though, because while I think it's probably going to get worse before it gets better, it's always possible that things could turn around if something dramatic happens. If you'd like to see something dramatic happen on this channel, such as more great videos like this,
I know you already ate, but I wish I was cooking your second dinner right now. Thank you, Chelsea Rambles. Girl, you're so real for this. Yeah, Alex Noel, one of my strongest soldiers, once famously tricked the Daily Wire into hiring him. He also did that fantastic video on. The guy who does rage bait as well. Great editor. What else we got? Hassan Reaction is one of the best ones in the React channel. China did Reddit atheism. They said, "Oh my science." China did state mandated Reddit atheism, where you're not supposed to say, "Oh my God." You're supposed to say, "Oh my science." When you sneeze, you're not supposed to say "bless you." You're supposed to say "science you." I'm saying it. All right, hold on. First of all, let's start off with this.
Inspired and filled with hope. I just said, hey, you know, these people can do these crazy flips up there. They have this dedication to Chinese culture. I mean, what am I missing from my life that I could also put that much effort into? I had an incredible time. I thought it was a wonderful performance. Yeah, it was really amazing acrobatics.
CEO Racial Jake.
And the music and the lyrics to the songs, too, are really something else.
神韵舞蹈演员的精湛技艺令 Jake 感到不可思议，叹为观止。
I thought they were just incredible. I mean, my God, I don't know how you could perform some of those. I mean, I don't want to call them stunts, but those dances, I mean, they were just amazing.
No, it is Racial Jake. They just wrote Rachel Jake. His real name is Racial Jake.
Well, we should revive all traditional cultures. And I think traditional Chinese culture will definitely get a shot in the arm from Shen Yun. I just think you did a wonderful job, and I hope to see it. I can't believe it's a new show every year. I'll go next year.
Jake 的公司员工高级软件工程师 Steven Goldberg 对神韵交响乐团赞不绝口，感谢神韵带给他如此意外的惊喜。
I went in not really knowing what to expect at all, so it really
Steven Goldberg, young Chomsky,
kind of blew me away. Yeah, very energetic, very colorful. I'm a musician, so I always enjoy seeing a live orchestra. So yeah, it was a lot of fun and a lot of surprises because I just didn't really know what I was getting into. Oh, it was great. I mean, always, you know, bring something special when the music's being performed live, you know, as opposed to recorded. So yeah, I mean, they had a great sound. It was very lively, very energetic. A lot of fun to be in the audience.
新唐人电视台记者李先宋生化，纽约林肯中心采访报道。
Oh man, I love Brace. All right, let's watch this.
1999, around 5 a.m., a considerable crowd began clustering around Beihai Park in central Beijing. No one carried a banner or megaphone. No one shouted slogans. It wasn't much out of the ordinary for one of China's largest parks in the heart of this metropolis. That is, until the group began moving westward, across Beihai Bridge toward Zhongnanai, the central government complex of the Chinese Communist Party. By 8 a.m., more than 20,000 had gathered on Fuyu Street in front of the general office of the State Council in a series of silent, orderly lines. Still, not a banner or sign in sight. It remained entirely unclear what the bizarre gathering was about. By now, Luo Gan, party secretary of legal and political affairs, had no choice but to call Jiang Zemin, the general secretary of the party and the country's highest authority. As Luo explained the situation, Jiang grew increasingly worried. Whoever was behind this, it was surely a protest, the first in the history of the People's Republic to occur at Zhongnanai and the largest in Beijing since the 1989 crisis, which still haunted Jiang. Comprehending the situation's severity, Jiang tersely ordered Luo to figure it out. So Luo tapped Zhu Rongji, China's premier, the country's second highest ranking official, to assist in bringing an end to the mysterious standoff. But Luo and Zhu's first move wasn't to call in security forces to break up the demonstration. Instead, they would negotiate. Upon meeting with Luo and Zhu, the gathering's leaders made their purpose clear. They were practitioners of a type of Qigong, or slow movement exercise, known as Falun Gong, and they demanded the release of fellow practitioners arrested during a demonstration days earlier in Tianjin, a nearby port city. Zhu and Luo were confused. They had heard of Falun Gong, but they'd known Qigong as merely a form of gentle exercise meant for the elderly. To mobilize so many people almost in an instant seemed an impossibility. More worrying, the 5 leaders present for the negotiations were employees of the Army's Chief of Staff Department, Beijing University, and the Ministries of Supervision, Railways, and Public Security, all crucially important institutions for the regime. Over 6 hours, Luo and Zhu ultimately diffused the situation by conceding to all the group's demands, promising to release the Tianjin practitioners, that the government had no quarrel with Qigong groups such as theirs, and that all present at Zhongnanai would be safe from prosecution. Beijing had caved. The crowd had won. and so they dispersed. But Zhu was only number 2. His promises were still subject to the approval of Jiang Zemin, and for Jiang, the whole thing was nothing short of a disaster. Later that night, he penned a letter to high party members, chastising them for their lack of awareness and demanding answers. What was this group? How did they mobilize such numbers? And who was in charge? Almost nothing is known about what happened behind the party curtain between that day and June 7th, when Jiang convened a meeting of the Politburo Standing Committee and gave a speech which left no room for ambiguity. Quote, "The Central Committee team on Falun Gong shall take immediate actions to organize resources, track down the Falun Gong organizational structure throughout China, formulate a crackdown strategy, and be fully mobilized to break and wipe out Falun Gong. We shall not wage a war without preparations." His philosophy, since the day he took power in the 1989 crisis, had always been very simple. We do not negotiate with protesters. Around midnight, the morning of July 20th, 88 days after the unprecedented and mysterious gathering, the government finally issued its real response. Security forces across the country were dispatched to arrest Falun Gong leading members. Protests erupted in response. Within 2 days, the government formally announced the ban on the practice of Falun Gong. The war between Falun Gong and Beijing, still raging to this day, had begun. How did this